Welcome to my live stream, everyone. Welcome. How's everyone doing? Just gonna wait for people to join us per usual. Good evening. Good afternoon. Good morning. Let me share my info. See if people are gonna join today. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hello. Hi, Harris. How's it going? Hey. How's it going, man? How you doing? Here, let me put this here. Oops. I dropped this time. Hi. Hey, Harris. Hi, Lewis. How's it going? Hi. Hi. Hi, Kevin. How's it going? How's it going today? Wait for a few more people to join up. I'll share my information. So, uh, dropped a new video on your channel. Yeah, I'll check your channel out. How's the connection, everyone? I'm gonna check the connection. One sec. Seems like it's up and running. Shoot. That's a page. I'm gonna go back. Select. Can you go out, maybe? Okay. Here's active. So, okay, this. Oh, just one sec. I can go out. Go out, maybe. Yeah, see to set it up on the laptop. Live stream. How's everyone? Hi, Joshua Stutter. It's been a long time since I've seen you here. Pulled over once, 69 degrees, my girlfriend behind the wheel of a car speeding going 80. Yeah, right. Man, that sounds crazy. Crazy. Crazy, Jesus. You're crazy. That used to be my favorite Family Guy episode. It's almost sacrilegious, but it's funny to the point where I think that it I think God would have a good sense of humor. I think he'd laugh at it. I think he'd think that episode was funny. And I think most people might have talked about it. Uh, I think I touched my eye while I was dealing with charcoal and stuff. It just rub them off, but that's all. Uh, but I'm working on this commission of Christ. And so far, I have just the charcoal layout of the composition. It's gonna completely different. I tried, the thing with charcoal, I got slightly shaky hands, so I have to have some way of stabilizing, like just my hand as I'm drawing, especially these days for some reason. So um I smudge some of the charcoals I'm doing on, but this is just the overall idea, the layout for how the paintings gonna be composed. It'd be cool. It's inspired by Byzantine art and Avon Shield's style, which I've always loved. I've always been inspired by his style. Love Avon Shield. He died of the Spanish flu. He was just a young lad, but he was able to produce before he passed away at like 17, 18, 19 years old. I don't know how old he was exactly. Maybe he was older actually. I think he maybe late 20s actually. Let me see. I'm gonna guess that he lived to be 27. I'm gonna guess that he's in 27. But he's one of my favorite artists, other than Total Tread. Yeah, he was 28. Almost. So yeah, he's one of my favorite artists. Like Moreau's symbolism art. A lot. Inspired by that, stained glass windows, Gothic art, texture. How's everyone? Diary, my friend, send me a kiss. Okay, well, since it's evolution, there you go. And I'm probably gonna be seeing less and less of this friend that I've been talking about. I went to the and spent the night, and she's getting a little too comfortable, disrespecting me. So I was telling, she's always passive aggressively saying things like, uh, heavily implying in the most passive aggressive way that my dog is unruly, doesn't do as they're told. It's like, no, actually, he's really excited to see his buddy for one thing. That's why he wants to romp first thing. Um, but if I tell him to move, or if I stand between him, then he'll listen to me. Just because he's not listening to your command, you're not the owner. Like he's not gonna do as you say. You don't own him. You're not his master. Well, maybe your dog will listen because he's your dog. But like Shando is he's too excited to see his friend. Why don't we step back and let them romp initially, and then you will see that like my dog is so well behaved, it does as I tell him. But she's wow. Anytime I anytime I bring something up, she interrupts me, changes the subject, just goes on and on about herself, drama dumping all the time. And she knows it. Oh yeah, the other day, after all this, after criticizing me and my dog, just being passive aggressive, even though like she said, well, my dog's really big. She's like, hint, hint. So, but acting like, oh no, but like if I were to bring up anything, she could just turn it around on me and make it seem like I'm for react. Oh, I didn't mean to, right? But she has this like back patio and kind of like a little balcony with a bed, everything, futon. It's all really nice. Super comfortable sleeping out there. She said, either I can sleep out there, I can sleep out there, and you guys can sleep inside if you're worried that your dog might bark. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's not that he doesn't do it as he's told. He's just not used to uh sleeping where there are strangers outside. He's gonna bark protectively, and I can tell him to shut up, and he will. You know, but I'm worried that he's not used to that, and he might bark. Maybe we should try it. But it's like she was perfectly fine with it, but then she's like, well, you know what? I'm not gonna sleep well out there. So I'd rather I sleep inside, you sleep outside. Like, okay. I just hope, he doesn't. cause any disturbance at night because he's not just sleeping in apartments. We live in a freaking suburbs, it's not like we don't hear a lot of stranger activity outside. It's just the family. But he was really good, you know, even though there were like two, you know, people hanging out at 3 a.m. at some table, right? I could see everything they're doing. They're just like right below us. And Shando's just like, "Arr," but I was able to get him to calm down. It's just like he didn't bark once. He just went "Arr" a few times. I'm like, Shando, no, you better not, and he calmed down. So I'm just like, you know, now Shando's a good boy anyway. So all of this is going on. The next day, we take our dog to the dog park, and her dog. Okay, so some guy brings his innocent little, tiny little mini collie over, to the dog park. It's like a little collie, a really well behaved dog. And her dog, who is a half pitty, half lab mix, attacks this dog. And she's just making all these excuses like, oh, like, oh, they were just, that was a mutual thing, they both started it. And the guy just like, she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. It's the first time I've ever seen my dog do that. My first thought is, that's what they all say. I'm sure his thought was, that's what they all say before he promptly left the dog park after he had just arrived, you know? And so she's like, okay, I'm gonna go. You can stay, but I'm gonna take my dog. I'm not gonna reward him for doing that. I think that's cool. That's how I do it. My dog started a fight. I would let him keep playing. That's how I would discipline my dog. Okay, you don't get any reward for that. Anyway, so I don't hear the freaking end of it. I know she's so insecure. I don't hear the freaking end of it. Oh, they were mutual. It was mutual. Oh, I've never seen my dog then restore changes. It's just like, oh, my dog's only done that twice. Yeah, sure. And besides all that, there are at least 5 instances where her dog didn't listen to her, but my dog listened to me. So you know what my response was? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I just let that uncomfortable silence linger, and I was shrugging, and I'm just like, oh, you know what? That kind of serves you right. Don't you're not around me and my dog. You don't know our dynamic, and you've seen Shando obey me when I ask him to. It's like she gets all she acts like Shando's a bad boy simply because of one thing really, because she leaves her dog's food out when I first arrived there, and that's what Shando goes right towards. He goes to the water and then he goes to the food, and I promptly put up her dog's food because it's special stuff that dog's eating and it's expensive, and I don't want Shando because he's a big dog to get into it. I put it all the way up and Koa, her dog wants some. So I just, I bring it back down, give it back to him. And Shando's just like, I gotta like kind of watch that, make sure he doesn't get into her dog's food. And I get that. But he was, when I stood right in front of him and said, that's not your food, Shando. No, 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 no. He stepped right back, like he knew that's not his business. See, he listens to me. Just because she perceives one thing at one time, sees him getting into the food once, like, oh, your dog never listens. He's like, actually, he's pretty good at listening, especially since he's pretty much just become an adult dog. Uh, he's not used to the situation, and I have to be careful about the food around here too because I'm trying to feed Shando a different diet. He I don't think he can have that Kirkland dog food, which is too bad because it's seems to be a really good value. But um, I've heard good things about it, and I've heard bad things. I've heard people who say that there are bad things about that dog food. Other people really swear by it. Think it's all good and natural. Well, Shando has an overproduction of yeast. He has yeast. He tends to get yeast and bacterial problems. I think it originates from an unbalanced gut microbiome. So he needs, I don't, but I'm putting him on a different diet, trying to keep him away from that. The thing is, when dad feeds the other dog, I gotta watch out because Shanda will go right for it. Like if he could, he'd eat to the point to where he doesn't have any legs. And that would be difficult because he got long legs. But if he could, if it were his choice, he could get them back. I'm not letting him. And it's funny though, because I only feed him twice a day. And not only have my friend tells me like, oh, he's fat. He's fat. He doesn't have any, he's lost a bit of weight. Okay. He doesn't have any fat overlapping his tail. He has rib definition. And the thing is, he's got just the broadest, naturally, the broadest rib cage, the broadest chest. That's just, here's the thing. Shando is like 32% golden retriever, 27 or something percent boxer, 19% Rottweiler, 15% American Pit Bull Terrier, and 5% Mastiff. And I bet that the reason why he's so barrel chested and just naturally kind of wide but kind of lanky at the same time is because he's got that mastiff and he's got that, well, not much mastiff, but probably has enough that he has a Rottweiler. Well, we know Rottweilers are pretty pretty big and stocky. So one time I was at, thank you very much, Cognitive Code AI. Thank you. One time I was at the dog park and someone brought their Rottweiler. And maybe this is the type of dog that needs a ton of exercise because this Rottweiler was so fat. This Rottweiler, its stomach, these almost touched the ground. And it was like he could see any definition, no, like, that kind of hourglass-ish silhouette. No tucked in, it just like it was like a bloated sausage. This Rottweiler, but the sweetest Rottweiler I've ever encountered. Uh, when I was a kid, we had neighbors who always had Rottweilers behind us, and one of these Rottweilers bit a chunk out of my sister's arm. But they were really, the thing is, those neighbors were just super abusive towards their dogs. Never ever let their dogs inside. They were like always outside, always, and they just it, they just didn't seem like they were taking care of it. Even when I was a kid, I thought that. They didn't let their dogs be dogs, basically. It's just, I don't know. Worried that someone's gonna sneak into your backyard. I don't know. It's the kind of neighbors who have them. Beware of dog sign on the fence. If I were to have a sign like that and wanted a dog like that, I'd get a King Corso and I'd raise it for puppy because you have to. King Corsos are like, I've heard, I'm not sure exactly if this is the case, but they are perhaps the most dangerous dog. But they're awesome looking. Did you know that they used to protect Roman cities? They were war dogs from ancient Rome. Some some guy from Italy bred them back to exist, so that we have more of them, because they were almost extinct, pretty much. I'm not sure how many we had left, but someone bred them back to uh, feed. Yeah, they're just so formidable. It's like some of the coolest looking dogs in my opinion. And their history is super makes me cool, man. War dogs. That dog can kick anybody's ass. I mean, not as big as the lion, but the biggest dog to ever exist on planet Earth was about as big as a lion. I think it lived during the Ice Age, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but um, the reason why those guys, they were really thriving at one point until large cats crossed the land bridge and kind of beat out those large canines because those dogs, they don't have retractable claws, and they were, back then, that large dog that used to exist was a ambush hunter, not a pack hunter. So the dogs that were pack hunters, the smaller, more agile, faster, swifter, smarter dogs, it lasted, and they still exist today. Whereas that large dog, and I forget what it's called, but it was about as big as a lion, and it hunted like a cat, but not like a lion, because lions, oftentimes they hunt in packs. I'm talking about like it hunted kind of like a tiger. Your Great Pyrenees weighs 155 pounds, dude. That's heavier than Shando. Look at my boy. Yours. Hi, baby. You cutie pie. Hi. Yes. Okay. Oh, he. Okay, his ball now. Okay. Don't. Okay. Okay. He's being silly. What do I want to make for Dentons? Ooh, there's some beans here. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Gotta clean this kitchen. That's what I get for going to my friend's house. Oh, who do we got? Oh, guess I can't. Oh, I don't know that. I have some. So I got some baguette, and I've got some oysters, and I'll have a couple eggs with it. Okay. Hey, baby. Oops. Exactly. Someone said they miss watching me cook. It's gonna be something quick though. I'm not making anything that special. I'm just gonna have some eggs, some oysters, and some baguette, and maybe some carrot sticks just for micros. Gosh darn. You know what? I got some like little hair in my eye. It's so fucking annoying. Yeah, watch that. Oh, I think it was Heather. I think it was Heather who said that she was watching cook. By the way, if anyone would like to support the channel in another way, or commission me for a painting or anything like that, for some reason I wasn't able to get to this live stream on my laptop like I have so you. So yeah, if you guys would like to check out my art, my Instagram is Anna with two N's, ANNA dot Katrina, Katrina dot art, ART. Anna dot Katrina dot art. That is it. Some butter. Anna dot Katrina dot art. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, wow. What kind of beans are these? Hmm. I'm not a fan of kidney beans. I used to love them. And the reason why I can't eat kidney beans anymore, I was such a fan of kidney beans at one point when I was little. I spent the night at my grandma's house, and she said, "What do you want?" And I wanted kidney beans. So she gave me a bunch of raw ass kidney beans. And so then we were going to go to the to the duck pond, feed the ducks. And I put all my kidney beans in my bicycle compartment, the little, the little case that's on handlebars of your bike. It's plastic. It was my first bike. So it was when I was really little, like 7 years old. I put my kidney beans in my bike compartment and I ate them and I got sick and I could never eat kidney beans again. Never again. Just don't like them. I can't eat free bean salad anymore. There are two types of food I'll never eat. It's three bean salad and deli coleslaw. I just do not like coleslaw, man. I've never liked coleslaw. I don't know. Just has a sickly sweetness I don't like. Okay, just getting into stuff. Alright. Alrighty. I don't know if they do so. Sorry, I'm live streaming.
Okay.
You're
No, I was gonna ask you.
Yeah, what are you gonna
Personal.
oh, okay. Put it on mute once. Sorry, babies, you can't have this kind of cheese. Okay. Bowl. Some eggs. Exactly. Sorry, it's so hard for me to see my screen because I don't have a really annoying screen protector. It's like one of those privacy ones. It's completely black from just about most angles. I have to be in the perfect lighting. My phone has a screen. There's some problem with my phone. It's the brightness isn't enough. It's too dark. Okay. How's everyone doing? I never see your gifts. Well, thank you for the heart. I did see the heart and got a little bit interrupted. Thank you for the gifts, man. I appreciate it. I really do. One second, Rue. Put you there for a minute. Found a. Thank you for the heart, man. Thank you for the flying heart. It's a pretty one. I also really like that laughing disco ball. That's cute. There's some really cute gifts on here. Thank you. Hey, baby. Now these are Mama's oysters. Might give you one. I might think about it. Oh, being frozen. Garbage because I know the other dog will get into it. Mm. Here, let me give you one oyster, okay? I'll give you one little oyster. Yeah. All right. Let's put some baguette. Start the oven here. That won't take very long. Okay, that's pretty clean. Oh, how's everyone? Those kind of screen protectors are great until they're not. I know, right? It's just, yeah, I can't see my screen. I couldn't hardly see my screen before that, and now I can. I need to take my phone to the store because I had the same exact problems with my other phone, and for somehow that has transferred to this phone when they downloaded all my other stuff, switched my phone. So, hello, I'll have to investigate. Put some Old Bay seasoning on it, on my eggs. Ooh, I don't know. I think the oysters are already salty enough. Yeah. Yo, these were so good. Strawberry baton wafer cookies are so good. Like that, could decorate this and make it like a pencil case. I don't know. I'll throw that over. They had some lemon flavored ones too. They were really good. Okay. Baby boy, you're gonna give me some more water. Hi. You are making weed. Oh, that's cool. You don't make weed, you make it grow and then make it disappear. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Yeah, it's like I'm way more productive without it. I am, but I get anxious too, and sometimes I just want to relax after a long day and just, let my mind relax. I wish I didn't have so much anxiety. I try to deal with that, but for me, weed's not always the best way to handle it. It makes me more anxious. It makes me more depressed. For some people it works. For me, it used to work. Doesn't work that way anymore. I'm getting too old, I think. Sorry for miscalculating when I was gonna be here. You guys, I did say I was gonna be here yesterday, but I was at my friend's longer than I expected, and I was pooped. I was pooped. It's a long way to. Hey, eggs are gonna be so weird. Some cheese. Cheese Louise. Should put that cheese on top there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm, okay, okay, well, I mean, you guys can't have the pepper jack. Hurry up. Hurry up. Run. I love it. Make like a little sandwich out of it. Okay, what else? Oh, you know what I got? Okay, so I got this pecan butter. So freaking good, guys. And looks like people are eating it like crazy. It's like 20. I mean, it's really good, but kind of addicting. You tried this pecan butter?
You gotta try it? Not yet. I will.
Have it with some banana.
Oh,
It was expensive though, so I can see people wanting to eat that by the spoonful. It's so good.
just really cake it on.
Mhm. Yeah. And I got a baguette too.
Okay.
Those should be eaten quickly. It'll be good with the pasta. Puppers. Yeah, we got them puppers. Got some puppers. You guys want to see the puppers?
Did Shando get to see it, right?
Oh, not yet. Not yet. They actually said checked my email and the vet, they sent it to the wrong email. They got my email wrong. It's yeah. So they sent it back today and I was able to finish that, but it's the weekend, so I can't really do anything right now. So we'll see. He's just a baby. Oh my goodness, gracious. Hey, he's being silly.
Oops. I think it stopped.
Almost done. Alright. You like it, carrots? I don't know if you care for carrots, but there you go. Good for you. Artie, would you like a carrot? I know you like them. Good. Oh. Shando's just like, what is this? Where's the flavor? Let's see if that's done. Yeah, it's about done there. Get some butter. Some more butter. Ooh, I might get. I'm also gonna pan fry a little bit of ham too. Have some, make my baguette into a ham egg sandwich. Have the oysters on the side, like so. Not sure if this is how much sodium's in there. I'll let you guys have a little piece of this, okay? Please can share one. I don't think this is bad for you. Here, a little bit for you. A little bit for you. Extra lean, uncured ham. No artificial colors, no artificial preservatives. 98% fat free. As soon as probably okay for you to have once in a while. A little pepper in that. Maybe get a tiny bit of honey to make it kind of caramelize. Yeah, little honey hand. My bread and half. Yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Turn that up, turn that off. I usually have my dinner right before I live stream, but then I thought, you know what? Yeah, Heather likes to watch me cook and stuff, so I was making something real quick here. Now I'm kind of anxious because because someone came in and they're like, they wanted to say something first, and you know, um, it's kind of like anxiety inducing, a little bit of a relief, and I'm like, sorry about it. Yeah, um, almost done so. Siberia. How was Siberia? Serbia. Hey, hi, Kudo. It has been a minute. My favorite name is Holiday Home, but not freaking Spiral Cut. That's oh, you're talking about ham. Enjoy the rest of the stream. I need to get some sleep. Good night and God bless. Well, have a good night, Duncan, if you're still here. Hey, sorry, that stuff's all right. All right. Good. Gonna make myself a little ham and egg baguette sandwich. It's gonna be so freaking good. I want one of those eggs with my fish though. Let's see. That egg could go with fish. This one's perfect size. Mm. And then more egg there. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh yeah. That ooh, definitely gonna have some hot sauce on the side. A little bit of my sandwich too. There we go. Maybe a little bit more. I can't say no to sriracha. I love sriracha. Okay. Look how beautiful that sandwich is, guys. It's ham and egg. Wish I had some like spinach or some type of crunchy green to put in there. That would be good. Ooh, I should try making banh mi someday. You guys ever have banh mi? It's like a Vietnamese baguette sandwich, and there are some good places that serve those. They got like the shredded carrot and the cilantro and the chicken, or it could have beef, or it could have well, any type of meat you prefer. I guess usually it's like chicken or beef, I guess. I've seen a shrimp. So fun. Oyster. Okay. That is so cool. Napkin. I know, right? I haven't had a banh mi in years now. They're so refreshing. For a sandwich. And they're really healthy. They're kind of substantial. So use that. And I did use it to all the nail polish. Actually, oh, yeah. I want to use big anyway. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff to do when I get to a friend's house. I mean, all I did there was house work. I did chores for her, did grocery shopping for her, and then I got like fucking condescended almost the whole time. It's like, whatever. Just ham, eggs, and pepper jack, and I like that. The Shando bite? Oh. Mm-mm. I mean, he has before, but when he was a little more food aggressive, but he's a lot better about that. In fact, I'm able to sit down and caress his jowledge while he's eating, and he doesn't act any like overprotective like that anymore. Also, I learned a lot the last time he did that. It's like I was kind of like, "What do you have?" Chasing him around, like just like, "No, you gotta drop it," and that's not how you want to do it. You want for there to be some type of reward at hand. If you chase after a dog that has something they shouldn't, then they're gonna perceive that as a threat, and they're gonna try to keep it. They want it even more than, you know. Whereas if I go to the fridge, I see she has something he shouldn't have. If I go to the fridge and I eat a piece of cheese in front of him, I'm like, "You can have a piece if you drop it," and it always works. So he's a lot better about that now. But yeah, he never he's not a bitey dog. He doesn't do that. In fact, Shando and I were attacked by a medium-sized gray pit bull down the close by. Okay, as we're walking to the train, and I think I have definitely told you guys this story because it was recent. But eventually, a neighbor came. I'm like screaming, "Get your dog! Get your dog! Get your dog!" And no one would come out except eventually someone did. And he said, "Oh, it wasn't the owner." And he's like, "Oh yeah, those dogs have been running rampant around the neighborhood since yesterday." I said, "I don't want to be the one to do it, but I'm gonna have to call the cops. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna maul a kid or something." So I did, and the cops told me, that send them Shando's injury photo. He did get like bitten on the chin and was bleeding. And I applied antiseptic, washed it, and all that. He's okay. But the cops were like, "Yeah, we appreciate you calling about that because this has been a reoccurring issue with these people. I'm really sorry about the dog and all, but it's the owner's fault. Those owners are really shitty to let a pit bull run rampant around the neighborhood. Their kids around. They're smaller dogs. And know what Shando did? He didn't bite back. Thank you for the glasses, man. Those are cute. But yeah, Shando didn't fight back. He's just like leaning into me, "Mama, save me." And I'm just like screaming. But Shando wasn't fighting back. He was just like, I heard him yelp when he got bitten. And I was so scared, man. I was so freaking scared. You should try voice acting. I think you have a good voice for it. Thank you. Thank you guys. I was actually talking about that the other day. You know, I would love a job like that. That would be my dream job, dude. It's just like, who would I even talk to? It seems like such a competitive, um, you know, a field or job. It just seems so competitive. I'll look into that. You know, like never say never. Shouldn't tell myself that I can't do things. Because I mean, just because it seems unlikely doesn't mean it's impossible. I could at least try. I could at least hope for the best, expect the worst, hope for the best, but don't get my expectations too high, as the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry, as they say. Especially my voice I do with Shando. Oh, I can do other voices. I can do Smeagol. Okay, I'm gonna do that right now. I gotta do Schmiegel. Master turns them to the world, and the world goes precious. Down, 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 Smithers free. That's all you needed to hear. That's all you needed to hear. I can do Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad. Probably better than a lot of girls. I can do Jesse Pinkman a little bit, maybe. I can do George Takei from Star Trek. I can do George Takei. Hello, hello. My throat is a little messed up now from doing Smeagol. I need a good I don't know what you call it, but yeah, not okay. Sometimes you need phlegm, sometimes you don't. Okay. Hello, my name is George Takei. I'm gonna do Jesse Pinkman. Yo, Mr. White, bitch. Science, bitch. Yo. Magnets, bitch. Oh my. There you go. Oh my. Can do that. Why don't you guys ask me to impersonate someone? I'll try it. Unless I don't know who they are. Um, Let me see. I'm not really good with Jennifer Coolidge, I don't think. But I might be able to get her cadence slightly. Let's see. Wait, I have stuff in my teeth now. Um, you look like the 4th of July. Makes me want a hot dog real bad. Mm-hmm. Your story is awesome and you're beautiful. Thank you, Steve. I'm having a baguette sandwich with some eggs and ham and a can of oysters, oysters in olive oil, and some baby carrots. Baby carrots, because, even though I don't feel like eating those, I feel like I have to. Man, people ask weird questions, don't they? People ask weird questions. It's like, why is that relevant? Whether I shave or not. Weirdo. I don't get, man. Like, you have all these weirdos and stuff, and we have like OnlyFans across the way. Why don't you go there? It's free, right? No, not really. I don't know if it's free. I don't know what other features it entails, but it's like if you're that, desperate, like maybe they just want to get my reaction. That's probably what it is. They want my reaction on the stream, and you know, it's not as predictable, I guess. You'd come to expect that those type, of questions or requests on something like OnlyFans, but here it's just like, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious, Mike? Pretty crikey. The average citizen of Palestine is more than happy to put an end to this terrible regime they live under. More than happy. I'm sure most of the women that live there don't want to be treated the way they've been treated since the 70s, right? Yes, yes, I am. A lot of people thanking Trump. Come save us. People in Cuba want for Trump to save them because they live under some communist fascist regime. Mm-hmm. It's gonna get a. It's gonna get a spoon on it. Hello. I'm back. I'm back. A dinosaur story. I'm not that old. That actually sounded like denial right there. 35's not old. Some people will think it is, but that's much younger people who think that. You guys should watch some Nick Shirley regarding a lot of the Cuban stuff and all that. Nick Shirley is great. In fact, like Gavin Newsom, um, was part of the Stop Nick Shirley Act, trying to stop independent journalism, stop them from, exposing them for the lying, thieving, scoundrels that they are. There are lots of reasons to get rid of Gavin Newsom. Asmongold had some excellent commentary on that too. In fact, he thinks that we should be even more severe on him than Trump is. Which, you know what? I agree. Because Gavin is what he's done is just inexcusable. From the homeless problem he promised he'd fix to the housing crisis to the fake daycare centers and hostels run by illegal immigrants taking all of our money, but they claim to be providing services that they're not. It's all a scam, and he's in on it. He and his whole family in on it. Some people are like, probably, it's just all about looks. Oh, he's handsome though, and Trump's not. It was like, fuck you, so what? I think truth and integrity matter more. No bullshit. Shit. A ton of bullshit going on. What my hands? Wash my hands down. One sec. Yeah, yeah. My state sucks in a lot of ways, and well, the only good thing about like Oregon is the nature, the geology. You know, a lot of cool aspects of Oregon, but the police force and politics and like the governor, everything sucks ass. Yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. Say hi to the girl for me. I'll be right back. Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that, guy. Sorry about that, Chief. Oh my goodness. Bit of a quiet day, huh? You know, I notice I have way more views later in the day, like maybe seven, six starting at six, maybe 6:30. But but yeah, I need to figure this out because I need to gain momentum. I need to get back into it. This month has been the least productive month of all. Now, granted, I did start live streaming in January, mid January. Uh, February, I did really well. And then it kind of went down a little. Oh, God, man, that. There's something really annoying in my eyes. I'm wrecking my mascara here in the meantime. Super annoying. I think I got it though. Oh no, I didn't. It's like a really fine hair in there, huh? Sorry, I don't wanna touch my eyeball in front of you. Someone might not like that. Why is there always something in my eye when I start doing things where I need to see and I need to read? And yeah, I swear, it's all such a strange coincidence that happens just about any time I need to focus on something. And lo and behold, it's always the left eye. It's always the left eye. Just fixing that a little bit so they look all wonky. Central time, Pacific Standard Time here. Put my eyelid over my eye. Yeah, sometimes I do this and I like do a little blinking like that. Doesn't always work. Does not always work for some reason. I think I got it. Wait. Every time I think I got it, it's like nope. So how's everyone doing? How's the connection? Or is our connection any good? Hi, thank you, Johan. It's kind of you to say. Hi, David Lozano. Only radical we need God. Oh, brother. He's protecting against journalist integrity, which they do not have at CNN. Oh, CNN is so corrupt, dude. They're so corrupt. They want to shut down all independent journalism. They don't want for their lies and their scams and their treachery to be exposed. Now, obviously, this person probably, he's probably all for like BLM when in fact all none of those funds went to helping black people or disenfranchised people. All those funds went to their mansions and their their wallets. It went to the top 1%. It went to the people running that organization. All that money did not go to anybody who needed it. Meanwhile, Trump has done more for the black community than any president in my lifetime. Yeah, just keep the lies going. Keep the lies going. It's like people are becoming savvy to it. People are waking up and it's it's kind of like it's just like the pigeon on the chessboard saying, this you try to have a reasonable, logical discussion, argument, whatever with them, and they just blah blah blah. They don't listen to you. They shit all over the freaking chessboard, this word salad, and then they fly off thinking they won. Always, every single time. I've never been in a situation like that with a conservative, even though when I was liberal, I had at least four conservative friends while I worked at that cafe. Surprisingly, one of them was a regular who just hung out all the time. We're still friends. Um, you know, sits at his computer as a translator, and he's really cool. And even when I was liberal, like I was afraid of saying I agreed with him on certain things. Like I had people around me, like my coworkers, saying like, "Oh, he's such a bigot. Oh, he's so full of hate," when he wasn't. Nothing about what he said was hateful. It was just true, and he said it a lot more sensitively than a lot of people would. So like it's just ridiculous. I've my hairdresser was conservative, she was Christian conservative, and she'd talk about like even when I was like, oh, thinking in my head, oh, I don't agree with that, I don't agree with that. But I was just like, I was afraid of losing my job. I was afraid of losing friends and family. I secretly agreed with a lot of what some of my friends were saying. It was interesting though, because there aren't that many conservatives in like the Portland area, and yet a lot of them gravitated towards me because they like to have discussions with me, and I'm not talking just politics, for the most part, we like to talk about things like philosophy and music. Like my translator friend and I, we like to talk about philosophy and music. He'd give me good recommendations. He introduced me to George Philip Telemann and Arvo Pärt and other good ones, and we talk about philosophy, like, Plato and Immanuel Kant and all that. Um, and my other conservative friend, we just talked about like addiction because she was an addict and recovery and the Bible and all that, and she really helped me in 2021 when I was during my first attempt with professional treatment, trying to recover. And I wish I would have succeeded then, but I'm glad that I'm doing good now. I should be glad I'm doing good now. We shouldn't think of ourselves as failures for relapsing, because that's almost pretty much par for the course. That's going to happen at least once or twice when you try to quit a drug like that. For the most part, it doesn't have to happen. You do what you know is right. You got to be resolute. You have to surrender to recovery, because you know what's in store. You know what's in store for either road you choose. Are you gonna choose to just do heroin and drown yourself in that and desensitize yourself, numb yourself to the point where nothing else in the world matters until you OD eventually or go to prison, which sure you're not gonna like that when you're withdrawing. Um, or would you rather choose everything else in life? Would you rather choose like think back on the food you used to love to eat or cook, or the fact that you used to play a instrument or paint like I do, or hiking, sports, just backpacking, fishing, um Just like there are so many reasons to enjoy life, to cherish life and every breath we take, man. It's never guaranteed, man. Tomorrow's never guaranteed. And I would rather, you know, uh be in my family with my family, than right now than be out there on heroin. I'm glad I can help, but that stuff that stuff nearly killed me, especially when my best friend passed away, especially when I started injecting. When I started injecting, it all went downhill. Just not even half a year later, my best friend died. Okay. It was around Christmas time, like 2020, when I started injecting it. It was like half of the time I was snorting it or smoking it, and then the last half I was injecting it and never getting enough. And then my best friend passed away, and then I started drinking on top of it. And then I tried to quit, and then I relapsed while I was drinking it so excessively. Like during the earliest days right after my friend passed away, I was drinking like a fifth of alcohol of whiskey, straight whiskey every day. I don't know how I was able to tolerate that. I don't know how. I mean, I'm relatively small. I'm a woman. There are lots of reasons why I don't process alcohol as well. Not to mention, I was either on the Suboxone or the heroin. So either way, it was super dangerous. Those were the times when I relapsed and nearly ended, nearly died. So I'm really grateful to be alive. You know, a lot of us have to hit rock bottom before we get better. Unfortunately, it does pan out that way a lot, but it doesn't have to get to that point, because I mean, here's the thing: you might not even get to have another chance. Your rock bottom might lead to not waking up, never waking up again. It's you know, I for me, I found that keeping a journal, having a really good counselor, and even early on in the recovery process, I found weed really helped because it prevented drug dreams. Drug dreams, especially at that stage, are so dangerous. They're so vivid, they're so realistic, to the point where I was checking my pockets to see, or my backpack, to see if I had any skag in there. And it had been days since I got some. And yet I had that dream. I was like, oh, I could have sworn I got some. And then I had this resolve in my mind, like, I have to have it now. So yeah, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous to have drug dreams. That's why I think weed is good in some cases. If I started having drug dreams, and I haven't had one in years, actually, since like I started getting clean and stuff. But if I started having drug dreams again, and they were so disturbing that I started craving the heroin again, I'd definitely go get some more pot. You know, that's the one thing. And otherwise, it isn't really all that helpful for me. It makes me kind of unmotivated. Who's angry? Who's smuggy smuggy? Yes, I am. Well, boy, some people are fighting. Don't fight in my live stream, okay, guys? Seriously, number one, who calls a female a bro and then goes to a recovery channel asking for some drugs. Okay, well, I don't approve of that. I certainly don't approve of that. Cause I'm TNT. I'm dynamite. Okay. If you want some, bro, you want to move to a different channel. This is about recovery of addiction. Yeah, yeah, that's a thing I don't allow here. I don't allow people trying to trigger others, and saying really malicious things to people, and oh, you should do drugs, that sort of thing. I don't like that. And I know there are different types of drugs. There are some that are not so bad, and there are some that can end you and ruin your life. And or it does. It does kill. It's either gonna be prisons, institutions, or death, and or. You gotta be a real smooth brain person to think President Trump is not doing everything he can to protect his citizens and his country. I agree. He's made this country safer than it has been, and I don't know how long. But we had illegal immigrants, and I know they like to leave out the term illegal, but just to make us seem like we're just fascists, getting rid of everybody, which isn't true. We're all immigrants. We came here legally. That's what's expected out of most countries, that you come there legally. And not only that, but I think most of us would be so respectful when we go to another person's country we know nothing about, that we would learn about their traditions, we'd learn about their culture to an extent, and we'd be all into it. But we have illegal immigrants coming here just to commit crimes, hating America, not wanting to learn the language, wanting nothing to do with America, yet wanting to move here so that they can scam people, so that they can gang grape women. It's happening in the UK a lot. And, before Elon Musk made it so that we have free speech on Twitter, all this stuff, like, you didn't hear about it so much. It's been happening for the last 10 years quite a lot. But we're just hearing it now because of Elon Musk and because of free speech, because that's allowed now. And people are allowed to expose all this bullshit that's going on. No, it's serious shit, you know? The fact that some people still don't understand that, the reason why they want illegal immigrants is because that will expand their voter base. They'll make it so that more people vote for the Democrats. It's all going to be those illegal immigrants voting for them. Of course, if we had just our left our borders open to anybody to come in, you're going to have all kinds of criminals coming into our country. It's like, just because you shouldn't come into our country illegal. It's like illegally. It's like if someone wants to drive drunk, right? But he was like, "Oh, but I'm a functional drunk and I'm a nice person. I'm a good person. So just let me do it. I want to take my car home, blah blah blah." No, you can't, cuz it's against the law to drive drunk. And if you do it, you're going to make it if you if, you're going to make it so that other people think it's okay. Same thing going over the border here. You got good people, who just want to live a better life, but they're not doing it the right way and they're still breaking the law. They need to go back, fill out the papers, whatever they need to do to become an American citizen, and then come over here respectfully, just as we would come over there to their countries respectfully. It's just unbelievable how they want to twist this whole thing. Unbelievable. Mm-mm. Oh, thank you, Paul Clemens. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. But as I get older, I don't really care as much about it. It gives my face a little more character, I think. And I like character over. I prefer having a little more character in the face, personality, than just generic attractiveness. A lot of people want to look like Kim Kardashian these days, but yeah, I mean, there are lots of ways I can criticize Trump, but I choose him in a landslide. You know, Kamala would have destroyed our country, destroyed its people. You know, she wanted to make it so that like they said, Kamala's for they them, Trump is for us. Kamala was all for illegal immigration. She is all for letting people who like letting men who go to prison decide that they're women on a whim, so that they can go to, and all these people who want to transition say that they're women now so they can go to female prisons. Their whole If you look at all these people, they're all of them have like a an assault record on women. So don't tell me those people are actually women and people fall for that. No, they don't care about women. They don't care that 900 plus trophies went to people who claimed to be women so they could get into women's sports. And I'm not saying that that there aren't trans people, and I respect trans people. And I think, if you're an adult, you should be able to do whatever you want and live however, whatever makes you happy, whatever makes you feel you. You know what I mean? But they're rubbing it in kids' faces, and kids are treating it like it's a fad. I mean, I know that trans people have always existed, but just recently we've had this upsurge in children acting like it's a fad and wanting to go get it done, and then trying to advocate for doing all this stuff behind their parents' backs. That's scary shit, man. And not only that, but we're having a surge of detransitioners, and it's just exactly as any intelligent person would expect. I'm a big fan of Blair White. I watch a lot of her content. Not only like, and it's funny how they have all these terms that they demand that's how we refer to them, right? That we have to memorize a whole list, and then they go on calling us CIS, and we tell them not to call us that, but they continue to do it anyway. They continue to contradict. They continue to be like, "Oh no, no, that's an actual term. You don't know anything." Blah blah blah. But when they say cis, there's always just a tone of contempt and hatred behind it. There is a negative connotation there. You can't deny that. I mean, half the people I worked with at that cafe after my other boss left and someone else was the manager, half of them were trans or something. And they would say the word cis all the time in a way, in a tone that was just vile. One time I said hi to one of them and I remembered their name, right? Start with an L, I think. And I said hi to them, remembering their name. I'm like, one of my coworkers who happened to be trans, and they just like scoffed at me like I'm an idiot just for saying hi to them, say, how are you doing? Like no reason. And they didn't even know my politics then either. So there's that. And yeah, it was crazy, man. Crazy. I forget where I was even going with that. Something about my coworker. There were a lot of things that went down there. Um, God, there's just so much. But it's oh yeah, the term cis. That's what I was talking about. Did you know it was coined by the guy who wanted to make minor attracted persons a thing? He wanted to normalize pedophilia. This guy wanted to normalize pedophilia. He wanted to normalize a term, minor attracted persons. No words. Disgusting. Same, the guy who coined cis also coined that term. Disgusting. I don't want to be called cis. I don't think anyone wants to be called cis. I'm just Anne. I'm just a woman. And guess what? Tomboys exist too. I'm a tomboy partially. I'm kind I mean, I think that tomboys can wear makeup, tomboys can like dolls, tomboys can like some girly things, right? But you know what I also love? And I don't think it necessarily has to be tomboyish to enjoy video games too. Like some people think that all girls play is The Sims and stuff. And I know a lot of girls play games like that, but man, with me, I like RPGs. I like Xenogears and Final Fantasy. I like Ghostwire Tokyo and like those shooter games. But I'm not really good with like those war games where it's like multiplayer and you have a bunch of people who've been playing forever. I probably have to go to the easiest level and then advance more and more as I'm playing. I have to play with a bunch of noobs because otherwise I'm just gonna get shot up. But yeah, I like race car games. I like the Need for Speed, Asphalt Legends. I like um, Alien Isolation. I liked Cyberpunk 2077, albeit I thought that there were some disappointing aspects to that game. My expectations for that game were too high. They made it seem like that with that game. depending on which dialogue you choose, it'll go in a completely different direction. So it's like you could play so many different games in one game, if that makes sense. And you can play corporate, you can play like streetwise, you can play some other category, whatever. And they all start out differently, making you think you're playing a different game with each one, but they always converge to the same plot line. And it's just not what I expected, unfortunately. But it was a fun game. If I didn't have high expectations like that, if I knew what it was already, then I probably would have enjoyed it more. So people shouldn't do that. They shouldn't be advertising and something like and telling people that something is, you know, something that it isn't. GTA 6? GTA 6. What does that even stand for? I've been playing Skyrim a lot. I haven't played in a little while, but that's the game I've been currently playing. That and Chrono Trigger. Haven't played that in a little while though. Uh, I really like Xenogears. That's my favorite game, and I like Donkey Kong, and I really liked Ghostwire Tokyo. Man, that game was so fun. That game was so fun, and one of the and a few of the scenes as you're playing the game, you're able to still control the character, but one of the buildings you're inside of goes inception on you. It starts warping and changing and rotating as you're trying to escape it. It is so much fucking fun. Oh, it is such a fun game, guys. I should play that for you sometime once I figure out OBS Studio. I'm like scared of that software now because I mean, I was doing everything right up until a point where the whole format changed, and I couldn't even continue. Maybe because I was playing an looking at an old version or something. Maybe that tutorial was old. I'm not sure. I would think with something like OBS, they'd change some of those features quite often because it's used for so many different things. It's very popular. Hi, Ganchi. How them calf muscles? I do walk a lot. Want to see my calves? Okay. Yeah, you got a bit of muscle there. You see? A little bit of muscle, little bit. Let's see what my calves. Yeah, she. I got some calf muscle right there. See here. Hi, stranger. No Man's Sky. I don't think I've ever played that. Let me look it up. Oops. No Man's Sky. Oh, I love survival games, dude. I love survival movies. I love that theme. I find it really inspiring. The resilience of the human spirit. That's the whole human condition right there. Survival and all these other either beautiful or ugly traits we have. We have compassion, we have empathy, we have the nurturing, we have the protectiveness, we have bravery, um, but we also have greed, and we also have jealousy and a lot of other things which are just ugly, ugly. That often ends in someone getting hurt. You know, it's the human condition right there. It will always exist. There will always be good people, and there will always be bad people. You know, No Man's Sky. Let me see if they have it on Steam. I'd like to try a new game. New. And I like Bioshock too. I played a little bit of that. No Man's Sky. Oh, I think I might have it, but it looks expensive as fuck. Okay, that'll for a Steam purchase, that is expensive though. That's like $60. Most of the time when I buy games on Steam, I get them for a really good deal, but this looks so good. If I had like fucking if it were my birthday, maybe. If someone gave me like a Steam gift card or money for my birthday or whatever, I that's probably what I get. Actually, looks good. Looks good. Like what's the rate? Very positive. Yeah, it looks like the type of game I love. Beautiful graphics. I like all the different weapons and it looks fun. Looks fun. I'll think about getting that sometime. I'll put it on my little wish list. I'll put that on my wish list. See if it gets. Is it a brand new game? 2016. Okay, so it's not new. It's like 10 years old. I'll add it to my wish list. When does Steam usually have sales? Right? I I'll look that up. When does Steam summer sale start? Okay, the Steam summer sale runs from June 25th until July 9th. That's a good thing to know. You see, I'd be so disappointed in myself if I bought that game for 60 bucks right now and then like a few days later it's like 50% off or less or more or less. Let me write this down because I don't want to forget. I get so distracted, guys. That's my issue. I get distracted. I get distracted and I lose momentum. Then that starts to make me feel depressed. And so, Steam Summer Sale, which will be the June to July. It'll be the 25th to the 9th. Cool. Let's see what we have. I'm gonna I'm gonna try to I know this month's almost over. I'm gonna try to live stream every day. Okay. And I'm gonna try to be more consistent come July. Kind of like a fresh start, but you know, it's expected that I'm gonna fluctuate. It's expected that there'll be times when I'm a little absent, when I need a break, and all that. I saw that coming, but I feel bad about it. Been working on, the painting and priming that canvas as nicely as I can. I want a nice smooth surface so the paint goes on nice and buttery. How's the connection, by the way? Let me Rockstar has the best games. Rockstar, is that a site like Steam? I've never heard of it. Let me look it up. Rockstar Games. Okay, never heard of that. I hope they have Xenogears, 'cause I've been looking for that game. I wish they had it on my Nintendo Switch, because I do have Final Fantasy VII on that game. Why is it frozen? That's weird. Huh, wait a minute. Weird. I forget, I need to here we go. I'll turn on my little laptop fan. Forget to ooh, another apple. I have an apple in here. Cool. Made myself like an apple pie cream of wheat. I love my cream of wheat. Okay. All right. I love these things here. The cord on this laptop fan so freaking short. Okay, let's got that going. Excellent. My laptop may be overheated, maybe. I drink lots of Rockstar. They're a big game producer. They are a publisher, I think. You'd call them throughout all the years I've played games. Rockstar has made the best ones, really. Really? Well, now I'm very intrigued. I'm very intrigued now. Let me see what they got. Okay, there we go. Is this out of battery? Okay, I think this is out of battery. That's what it is. I'll use this one instead. I'm glad I have an extra mouse. Need to charge this guy here. This is such a cool mouse, though. It's a good gaming mouse. My brother got it for me for my birthday. It's a very nice little present. But I gotta find the charger that it goes to that. I have it somewhere. I wish all cables were the same. You know, Rockstar. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the game on. Oh, hey. But of course, you're going to have game delays when you fire 30 of your best employees. Huh. Rockstar is kind of going downhill because of all the damn game delays, really. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. They are a publisher, I think you'd call them throughout all the years I've played games best on it. Hmm. Well, I'll definitely check that out. I'll check that out. Let's see what they got. Ooh, I should get an account. Let me look, see if I can find find that game. Let's see. I want Xenogears. My favorite game. I could That's one of those games I could just keep playing it again and again and again and it never gets old. Has the best plot, best characters, best just twists and storylines and music. So many good things about that game. It's my favorite. Sorry, there's no results. Bitch. It's from 1998. I wonder if they just don't have many old games here. I don't know. I think I'd be able to find that game. Let me just Google it. Where can I play Xenogears for free? So I want to show you guys that game is so good, and it's been a few years since I played it now. Um, where can I play Xenogears for free? Let's see if I can play it for free. Retro games. Play Xenogears Disc 1. Yeah, it's composed of 2 discs. I used to own it for PlayStation 1 when I was a teenager. My brother gave it to me. And then I let people borrow it and I never saw it again. Ah, brother. I, I was so too naive. Um, PlayStation. Xenogears. I don't know. Retro games. Is retro games good, guys? I'm playing my PS4, Skyrim and Red Deads. I've never played Red Deads. I'll look that up. Red Deads. Xenogears. Just one. Huh. Huh. I don't know. I'd look into that. I'd look into that first. Okay. Xenogears. Red Deads, you said? I'm afraid the gaming industry is going to go the same way as the comic industry. All the greatest people that made the games, like the greatest comic artists, are leaving or getting fired. I've heard about that. I heard about that. I think Asmongold talks about that sometimes. How the gaming culture, the gaming industry is panning out these days. It's a lot of you know he said something along the lines that like there's a lot of woke themes in games these days, but just because there are woke themes doesn't make it a bad game. Sometimes it could make it even better in certain rare cases. But if you have a bad game that's woke, the wokeness just makes it even worse. Whereas if it's a good game, then it doesn't fucking matter. It's a good game, you know? Nothing, nothing wrong with that. But if people are trying to politicize it and, kind of rub it in people's faces when they just want to play a freaking game, it's just annoying and stupid. Thank you very much for the gift, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Beaumont. What do I play? I play RPGs like Xenogears, Final Fantasy VII, Chrono Trigger. I play games like Ghostwire Tokyo, Cyberpunk 2077, Skyrim. I play Donkey Kong. I play Mario. I've been wanting to play Luigi's Mansion forever. It was kind of expensive though, so I didn't buy it. It was on my Nintendo Switch, so maybe I'll check it out. I like see. I like Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 4. Um, I like Alien Isolation, games like that, Gauntlet. And I have not been able to find the Gauntlet I want. I have a newer version which isn't nearly as good, but there's a Gauntlet for PlayStation 2 and all I mean, I remember the gameplay and all that. I remember on the cover of the game you have like a sorceress with dark skin and a green um like outfit and huge boobs. So yeah, that's what I remember. And I really would love to find that game. That's such a fun game. I like playing Nancy Drew games because that was one of the first games that my grandma got for me. So I enjoy the point and click games as well. Not as much as other games, but they're I like suspenseful like mystery games, you know. Only thing about those games is like once you've played it and you know exactly what happens, you're done. Once I've won a Nancy Drew game, I'm not probably not going to play again unless it's been many years and I don't remember who the bad guy is, you know. But I like suspense in movies and games and books. Assassin's Creed, I've played a little bit of that. I have it on my Nintendo Switch. Stellaris? No, I've never played that. Let me look it up. Stellaris. Oh, they have it 17% off, 70% off. What? What? Wait, what? What? Okay, what is this? What is this? Okay, okay. It's like a space game. Looks fun. Okay. Explore a galaxy full of wonders in a sci-fi grand strategy game from Paradox Development Studios. Interact with diverse alien races, discover strange new worlds with unexpected events, and expand the reach of your empire. Each new adventure holds almost limitless possibilities. Huh. Well, that's $15. Offer ends June 25th. That's in 6 days. Is it really a good game? Would you guys recommend I get that? Because it's 70% off. It's like $15 instead of 60, I think. Yeah. No, yeah, 50. It's $15 instead of 50. Would you recommend I get that? Is that a good game? It's a good game. You like it? I made Milby. What the hell was even that? I like that meme. That's one of my favorites. Daddy, chill. What the hell was even that? The guy was like, what the hell was even that? He looked like Nick Romney. Mitt Romney. Not Nick. Mitt. Mitt. What the hell was even that? Gauntlet was such a good game. Let me see if I can find the what the cover of that game looked like. So you guys know exactly which one I'm talking about because I think there are different gauntlets here. Let me see. I do believe it was PlayStation 2. So let me see. Gauntlet PS2. See if I can find that. That'll give me so much nostalgia if I can find that. Here it is. That's the one. This is the one right here, guys. This is the game I'm talking about. See? Giant tatas. That's the game I'm talking about. Right there. Dark Legacy. Wah! Okay. That's the one. It was such a good game. I haven't played that since I was little though. I can't find that game. I mean, at least for free. I should look at other websites for buying games. But let me see if they have it right now. Also, I doubt that they're gonna have it on a Nintendo Switch since it's not Nintendo. I was surprised to see Final Fantasy VII on there. Like that, I guess Nintendo may have bought Final Fantasy VII. I don't know much about that, but I'm at the very end of that game. I haven't played it in a little while. I got to Sephiroth, and my materia is just about all advanced, and then I'm just like, I just stopped playing it because I don't want it to end. But yeah, I want to see what happens. I'm probably gonna get back into playing. Well, I will get back into playing. That's of course a given. I like Zelda, Ocarina of Time. That's of course, duh. I love that game. Yeah, I can't find that game. Gauntlet. What was it called again? Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Ah, I got the Slayer edition. That's the one I have. The Slayer edition. Let's see. Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Sega. Mm, like Sonic. I liked playing Sonic too. Ever Gear of Ever Gear of Grim Dawn. It's like a Diablo style game, but similar to Gauntlet 2, just killing lots of hordes. That sounds fun. I had a friend who played Diablo, and it looked like a game I'd like. I think I have it. I don't know if it's installed though. Um, Ever hear of Grim Dawn? Let me look that up. See if they have Grim Dawn. Oops. Oh, they Things of Asterkarn. Then they have a soundtrack. Then they have an Ashes of Melmouth expansion. Grim Dawn, Fangs of Asterkarn. Is that the one? No reviews. Okay. Release date is going to be July 23rd, 2026. They don't have it on Steam yet, but they will. And that looks like a lot of fun. I can see that. I'll add that to my wish list. That looks like a fun game. Check the base game first. People playing PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, and PC have probably Sega games. I'll check that out. Yeah, I have a PC, I have a gaming laptop, and I have a Nintendo Switch. Good Old Games is a good place to find old, hard to find games. Oh, really? Good old games. Never heard of it. Let me look it up. Good old games. Good old games. That would be cool. GOG. Nice. I watched 3 people almost get ran over playing Pokemon Go. Oof, and several people got beat up trying to find a Pokemon in the That wouldn't surprise me one bit. People are morons with that game. I've never played it. I've never once played Pokemon Go because the craze was disturbing enough to turn me completely off. Maybe it's fun. Maybe it'll make me nostalgic. I'm sure if I were a kid, I would really enjoy it because I was obsessed with Pokemon when I was little. I like of all my allowance money, just about I'd buy the latest Pokemon movie or show on VHS. We could have those like episodes with the who's that Pokemon? I'd buy all those VHS tapes at Blockbuster when I was a kid. I was like early 2000s, late 90s. I was around 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, let's see if they have that. Let's see if they have Xenogears here. They better. It's a freaking classic. Xenogears. Come on. Oh, it's showing one game. Better be it. I'm not seeing it though. We couldn't find anything matching your criteria. You suck. Let's see if I can find Chrono Trigger. I know that's on Steam now, so I already have it. I just want to see if they have it here. Chrono Trigger. 'Cause it's kind of similar in a way. Okay, I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere. Hmm. I wonder where I could find that game. Sure, my brother would be able to help me with that. He introduced me to that game a long time ago. Yeah. GameCube, I love the GameCube. I had a GameCube when I was a teenager, and I had this really good racing game, except you were racing boats, basically. Or what do you call those? What do you call those boats where you stand up and it's like a boat scooter, you know? It's a cool game. The water had such good graphics. Uh and I had Metroid, I had Zelda, I had Resident Evil 0 for that. I had a few really good games. Pokemon Go wasn't even a game. It was literally just for geospatial AI mapping. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. How old am I, Daniel? I'm 35. I was born in 1991. They, being Niantic, built an unprecedented real world database letting people use their devices to map on mappable areas. That's weird. That sounds like it could get a little scary. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dangerous, really. Especially since I'm sure most of the people who do Pokemon Go, they're like children and they could get hit by a car or end up like you said, some in an unsafe neighborhood or you just never people will go to the ends of the earth to get that Pokemon, man. And that's not good for people with an undeveloped frontal lobe. Oh, thank you, Ritual Boro. I'll do this a lot more, okay? I'm gonna get back into it. I'm gonna gain momentum. And we talk about recovery from addiction. I tell you guys my story and I answer questions. I talk about art. I talk about video games, talk about my dog, talk about hiking, all kinds of things that I just feel like talking about. Because guess what? We're more than our addictions. We're not solely defined by our addictions. That's not who I am. That's a part of me. That's a part of my past. I own that. I take full accountability for my foolish decisions in my life. But that doesn't mean that I can't get up and strive to be better and do better right now for a better future. And I another reason why I should keep doing this is because people, they DM me. A lot of you guys DM me and ask me how I'm doing and like you miss my streams and that my streams are helping you and inspiring you to stay clean or get clean or and that's precious to me. That's that's a good reason for me to continue doing this. And I think it's also good for me. It's kind of holds me to account. If I for instance, if I relapse, there goes my credibility, right? I'll seem like a hypocrite. course, if that were to happen, I'd be completely honest and I'd get right back up and I would, continue to get clean and I'd also try to tell you guys that just because you relapse again doesn't mean you're a failure. As long as you get up and you keep going. One mistake or two mistakes, even 1,500 mistakes, doesn't mean if you're still alive and you're still breathing, you can get up and do better next time. And that can apply to anything you want to do, anything where you feel like you're failing. You're only a failure if you're a defeatist, if you give up, if you throw in the towel, if you let yourself fester in self pity and misery and you don't get up, you don't do anything, then you can call yourself a failure. But you're not a failure just because you didn't pass an exam. You're not a failure because you've relapsed. You're a failure when you choose to not get better, to not do anything. If you choose defeatism and uh yeah, that's the way it is. So everybody fails from time to time, even the greatest, even people who are highly respected by all and have lots of uh you know good reputation, lots of money, blah blah blah, renowned people. A lot of people have failed, a lot of the best writers, authors in the world, some of the best authors out there who wrote classics, man, it took a while for their books to actually get published because they'd get rejected again and again and again. Just because you get rejected doesn't mean that you're lost and that you're a failure. Just because, like, for instance, mm, just I would say most of the time, if you want to get your artwork in a gallery, for instance, and if they don't accept your art, it's not because your art is bad. It's not because you don't know how to make art. It's not because your art is bad. It's because they have an idea as to how they want to curate it. So they might have a theme going on and maybe they want to just show abstract art, maybe, yeah, and then yours is going to be incongruous next to everything else. They in art museums or galleries, they curate uh, these pieces in a way so that it looks dynamic and correlated, cohesive. That does has nothing to do most of the time with whether you're a good or bad artist. And most people, whether they're good or not, even if they were really really good, it's hard to get into those places. Art world is corrupt. It is. I agree with that, man. It is. And it's owned for the most part by a bunch of liberals. Just saying, man. They totally they own that world pretty much. You know, they make it seem like conservatives aren't creative when hey, I lean conservative and I've always been a painter. Nothing will ever change that. I'm not saying that I'm like full blown conservative. I'm not saying that all conservatives are right and that all liberals are wrong. There are some things liberals say that I agree with, and but for the most part, I don't agree. I think that Trump could have handled those Epstein files a lot better. That's what I think. I think that he should have just sent, you know, exposed everything without all these redactions. I mean, I understand trying to protect certain people, or maybe there's a national security problem, all this other stuff, but I feel like they could have handled it better. And I think a lot of people, even, conservatives, agree with me on that. I was hoping we'd see a lot, I was hoping a lot more would be exposed. I'm a little disappointed. Let me close that door. I'm back. Anyway, I got this really pretty do my nails while I do this. I got this nice nail strengthener because I got weak ass I've got some damaged nails here. I'm like, okay, I'll take my hyper realistic art somewhere else. Yeah, exactly. Like I showed them that Adrian painting I have here, and here's the Adrian painting for anyone who hasn't seen it. He was my best friend. He passed away 5 years ago. He was really something, man. He was he was my muse. He was my kindred spirit. He was my best friend, and I paint. This is my favorite painting I did of him. So I'm hoping. Yeah, I wanna. It's been a long time. No, that painting I painted that 9 years ago. It doesn't seem that long ago, man. 2017 does not seem that long ago. That's around the time I started doing the H. Early, like late 20. No, I think it was early 2017. Yeah. That was during the honeymoon phase that I painted that. But you know what? That didn't last. I was able to, graduate from college and come out with a lot of paintings. But then once I started injecting it in 2020, I graduated in 2019. Once I started injecting in 2020, all other activities ceased. Everything became heroin, 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 heroin. It is insidious. It'll creep up and it will snag you. It'll take you. And like, that's all you're going to care about. That's all you're going to care about. Everything else you thought you had a passion for is just out the window. And it's a real shame. It's a real shame. I really wish that I would have never come across that stuff. I wish I would have been wiser. But nothing else. There's really nothing I can do but do the right thing right now, right? Okay, baby. I'll let you out. One sec. One second. Okay, okay. Shando. One second, guys. I gotta let my doggy out. Okay. Oh, your phone book here. Sweetheart. Okay, go, go, go. Okay. How's everyone doing? Please don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Well, not anything can go on the gallery. It depends on the gallery owners. Yes, exactly. And how they're curating it and what idea they have in mind for how they want their gallery to be composed and all that. It's there are a lot of things that, factors that come into play when they're trying to decide how they want to curate a gallery. It's yeah, that's the way it is. Has nothing to do with whether a person makes good art or not. You might have some really, really, really good art, but they'll reject you not because your art sucks, but because that's not the type of art, that's not the style they're looking for. Mm. That's it. The people in charge can display anything they want to. Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. What kind of problem do you have with what I just said? I mean, that's exactly what I say. Yeah, they're gonna display what they want to. My point is that that doesn't mean that you should give up. That doesn't mean that your art sucks. And it almost never means that. I'm not saying people can't have their gallery however gallery owners can't have their gallery however they want. I never said that, but of course, people are gonna jump to conclusions and put words in my mouth like morons. It's par for the course on the internet. People love to get outraged. People love to get triggered. Yeah, they only allow accredited artists to have shows at the Fine Arts Center where I live. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And I'm sure there are places for new and upcoming artists, right? It's depends on where you go. Depends on where you go. But, most of the time when your art doesn't get accepted into a gallery, I'm just saying it does not mean you suck. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't mean you suck at all. Means that that's not what they want, and that's fine. That's understandable, in fact. If I was a gallery owner or curator and I had an idea as to what I want, to show in a gallery, it's like I wouldn't want for it to be incongruous. I'd want for it to make sense. So yeah, that's the way it is. Bek Beksinski? I do not know, but I'll look it up, Lord bruh. I'll look that up. Anybody anybody like Banksy? Oh, yeah. First name that came to mind when I read that was Banksy. I don't think weed is bad, but I've said that I don't think it's that good for me. Makes me not motivated, makes me depressed and anxious most of the time. It depends on when I do it. If I've been productive all day and I do it right, before I chill out for the night, then I feel a little better about doing it. But if I do it first thing in the morning and I never get anything done, except maybe one or two things like chores and uh, just a tiny bit of work on the painting or whatever, I get so much more done if I'm not smoking weed. I get so much more done. So I'm not saying it's bad. It helps a lot of people with like chronic pain, anxiety, glaucoma, Parkinson's, seizures. There are lots of things that can help. It helped me with my drug dreams early on in my recovery. But right now, it's just not that productive. I do it every now and then. I mean, I would, I'll go from stopping it and then I'll fall off the wagon and I'll do it again. And then it's hard for me to put down. It's really hard for me to discipline myself with that stuff. It's like I can't just save it for later. I can't save it for, nighttime. Like first, if it's there, I'm going to smoke it. So I need to take a little break from that. I feel better. I feel healthier. I feel happier without it, you know, once I've been off of it for a little while. Otherwise, I'm going to have to deal with anxiety and a little bit of insomnia first thing. I find that the valerian root helps me before bed sometimes. And thank God you're alive after all you've been through. Well, thank you, Robbie, and it's good to see you, man. Haven't seen you here in a little while, and again, I haven't been live streaming as much as I would like to. Like I said, I've been, helping my friend out. We've had some personal problems here, and it just didn't seem appropriate for me to, be live streaming while we have a family crisis going on. So that's one reason. And then in the midst of all that, I got really depressed and I didn't feel like really doing much of anything except, I was like, I probably had a 1,000 freaking mile stare that entire week. And it just feels like everything from that week was a blur. I just got so depressed. I did a few chores, then I just go, straight to bed. But yeah, it was really depressing. I felt so bad, so bad about not doing what I need to do. You know, I did hunt for jobs a little bit. I did work on the painting a little bit, and I did come up with a better idea for that painting, which I'm really glad about. But but yeah, I've just yeah, it's been a rough month. It's been a rough ass month. Usually June's really nice, but this June, this June kind of sucked. But we're back. We're back now. And you're looking healthy. Well, thank you. Thank you, Joe. Very respectful. Thank you, John. See, I just smoke at night. I can't smoke during the day personally. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if I do it during the day, I just end up feeling depressed and lethargic, and I regret it. You know, I have this impulse to do it if it's right there, and that sucks. I hate that. I want to have control. For me, it's got to be out of sight, out of mind for a little while before I can do it occasionally. Maybe I'll just do it when I hang out with friends, go hiking, or when I'm right before bed or whatever. But I've got such anxiety, guys. I've got anxiety. I wake up with anxiety. I go to bed with anxiety unless I'm doing something that makes me happy. Unless I'm doing something like playing video games helps. Walking, I love to walk. I love to go places. If I'm reading a book, I have to have no distractions. I can't be high. That's the reason. Like, when I got my phone, my I stopped reading, as much as I used to. I used to read a lot, and I got this phone in 2016, I think. And yeah, when I lived with my grandma, I got myself my first phone, and then I stopped playing game. I mean, I stopped reading as much. I want to get back into that too. We in the South, so warehouses in the summer get hot as F. I can imagine. That's a cool shirt. Thank you, Drake. Only God can judge me, meaning God or no one. Same in my area, they have huge fans, but they just move hot air around. Huh. Uh, yeah, I've lived in apartments around like the Portland area before, and not a single one of them had AC. It was just hot, hot, hot. Basically, when I got home, I just lay in my bed butt naked. Like, it is just so it gets it we've had a few heat waves recently here, and it's nasty because it gets really humid too. Mm. Ain't nobody got time for that. Same in my area, they have huge fan. Yeah. You look like you own all the meds. Only you do. I'll bet you do. Yeah, we have a sad case right here, don't we? No, I'm completely sober. I'm completely sober. I only take the prescriptions that are prescribed to me. I did reschedule my doctor's appointment though to get my thyroid checked. I was gonna get that checked, but then I wanted to add on a few things, so I had to reschedule it for the 30th, which is fine. Um, I feel fine. Usually when I go to the doctor, everything's a normal level, in normal levels. But the 30th, I want for them to get check my thyroid, and I want for them to check my lymph nodes. You see, because some people think that these are too prominent. And I've had this forever. So I don't know if it's good or bad. Um, and I wish I didn't. But anyway, um, yeah, I have to get that checked out. And then I have a dental appointment on the 3rd of July. Haven't been to the dentist in a long time, dude. I don't like going to the dentist. I don't think most of us do. I get prescribed Clonopin for my anxiety. Is that bad? No, it's not bad. I don't think that's bad. You, you know what? We need to do what we need to do to be healthy, mentally and physically. And if that's what it takes, like, I struggle with anxiety really bad. I would love it if I could find something that would actually help with anxiety. They had me on like Wellbutrin, that just made it worse. And then they had me on some like Zoloft or whatever, and then that didn't help me out. It seems like every antidepressant I've ever tried didn't work out, even though I was on it for a few months. And so now I'm not on any antidepressants. I take some valerian root, I take a little lion's mane, and I try to meditate. I need to get back into that a lot more. Every once in a while, I've been doing it, but I need to get back into doing that every day because that actually really helps. There are different types of meditation too. There's like grounding meditation where you focus on just every sensory aspect, the weights, the contact of your skin against whatever, or there's that. Then there's just like the breathing, feeling your breath on your upper lip as you can focus on some, close your eyes and just focus on anything that's dynamic, like the sound of my fan over here, or the sound of the ocean waves, or the sound of rain. Just any repetitive sound, focus on it, or just your breathing if there's nothing else to focus on, you know? And if any distraction comes up, say hi bye. Like it's someone knocking on the door, little intrusive. Oh, okay. And then you continue doing what you're doing. You just keep on meditating. Don't let anything derail you. Don't think you're a failure because you get distracted because even people who are so experienced with meditation get distracted every now and then. So it's very common. Doesn't, regardless of whether you're going to get distracted or not, just like even 5 minutes of meditation, more or less, per day is going to make you feel a lot better. I used to just sit outside and just feel the wind on my skin. Yeah. Yeah, I like to do that too, man. Feel the rain on your face. It'll make you feel alive. I never had bad anxiety, but my neighbor loves sitting in my garden. She says it makes her feel better. I have those 4 plants in my garden. Well, that's really nice. I love gardens, man. If I could have any like if I could have any living arrangement I wanted, if I had all the money and to have any place I live in any place I wanted, I'd want a big beautiful garden where with a beautiful canopy and maybe some of my art stuff set up so I can paint out there, and then a swing and a place to have tea parties. And I love gardens, man. Outdoors is always better. I love painting in plein air. Paint, that's a French term for painting out in nature. It's what the Impressionists did. Yeah, I would love to do that this summer when it's not too hot. Mm-mm. Put on the wrong nail polish by accident because they look the same almost. I feel bad because I'm prescribed Clonopin and everyone tells me it's bad to take, but when I stop taking it, I have heart palpitation and I'm basically in fight or flight mode. That's why if you don't think you should take it, then you need to wean down from it and ask your doctor's advice on that matter. It shouldn't matter what other people think if that's something your doctor's prescribing you. If you just abruptly try to quit something like that, or depending on how long you've been on it, that could hurt you, man. Don't I'm sure you know better, but like, yeah, I hate it when people think they know everything about something that like I've been given the run through. Like my doctors told me how to wean down. I know exactly like what all the pros and cons are. I know what the bad effects of something like Suboxone is and how bad it is for your teeth and all this other stuff, but you can't just quit it cold turkey because you're going to hurt your health in the long run. You got to wean down from it bit by bit, you know? It's like people like to preach too. People like to make you feel small, make you feel like a loser while they're so, self-righteous. That's a lot of people these days. A lot of people are like that these days, you know. It ain't cool. I've had doctors try and cold turkey me off benzos dangerous. Yeah, and that does exactly. And you know what? There are if you are suspicious of your doctor, get a different doctor, because I mean, it might be difficult. It depends on everyone's situation, but I try to find a different provider, almost demand it because some will cheat you. So some will lie to you. Some are just completely ignorant and misinformed. Like I heard about this person in the comment section of this one video regarding rabies, where someone got rabies from a scratch, from a skunk scratching them. Because guess what? Animals lick their paws. Okay, so rabies can be transferred through via an animal's just claws scratching. But this doctor, this person, yeah, this person went to, a number of nurses told him that, or her, that, oh, you can't get rabies through a scratch, but actually you can, and people have died from it. This one guy who got scratched by a skunk. Another woman went to Morocco. She got just scratched by a little retriever puppy, like a golden retriever puppy. You would not expect to get rabies from a little golden retriever puppy, but she went home, didn't think anything. Few weeks or months later, she started showing symptoms, and by the time you start showing symptoms, you're gone with rabies. It's like that's the thing. You can't trust all doctors just because, like a lot of people do. A lot of people are like, oh, because they're doctors, they know everything. No, no, there are a lot of doctors who are wrong. You know, they're human too. There are doctors with good intentions and bad intentions. It's just the way it is. Same with therapists. It's important to find a good therapist if you need one. If you think you need one. I think therapy helps a lot of people. I'm not saying that everybody should do it. Like that's a lot of people. Some people think it's not for them. That's fine. But I thought that too for a while when I had a shitty therapist, and then I found a good one, and I'm really glad I have him. You know, doesn't mean you need to give up. Do you think women love their brothers more than their husbands? No, no, I don't. And it's a different kind of love. There are different types of love. There's love for your family, there's love for your kids, there's love for your spouse, there's love for your dog, there's love for God, there's love for what you love to do, your passions, hobbies, different types of love. I don't get why people don't seem to get that, you know? That's like that's why it's so weird when, certain like when people show jealousy for other people, showing love to like their mother, for instance, or their father. Um, it's like, yeah, there are different types of love. I can love my parents or whoever and still love my spouse, but in a different way. Some people don't get that. I remind you of Rogue X-Men. I haven't seen that in so long though. Let me see who that character is. I know Storm, I know Wolverine, I know the Gandalf, like Ian McKellen's character. Let me see. It's been so many years since I've seen that though. Uh Rogue. I'm gonna look that up. Rogue. Ooh, she's cool looking. Nice. Yeah, she's cool. You know what she reminds me of? Like her hair and everything. She reminds me of Tulsi Gabbard. Yo, she has hair like Tulsi Gabbard, who honestly I love her. She reminds me of Wonder Woman, and she's so cool. But there's yeah, you see, she looks like her hair reminds me of Tulsi Gabbard a little bit. It's pretty cool. You can call BB Professor. All right. Depression and death are good friends with addiction. When you know, you know. Sadly, I've been there myself. Unlike that poser. I pastry's awesome, dude. Like, why do you hate pastry so much? What pastry ever do? What I miss? What what he doesn't have like the Trump derangement syndrome that's getting less and less popular. Hi, Ann. It's been a while since I've tuned in. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing well, Nick. Thank you. How are you doing? Yeah, it's been a while since I've, been more regular with this, but I'm gonna get back into the momentum. Pastry Mazor, I feel a lot of therapists forget that the point of their job is to get their clients to no longer need them. And that's pretty much what my therapist is trying to do with me, you know? My therapist is really trying to push me to do something that's gonna better my life, my circumstances, such as, he I've talked about, wanting to go to mass, but it's really hard. I don't want to leave my dog for one thing, I have to feed Shando a special diet, and I know that he's gonna get his paws on some of that Kirkland stuff if I just leave him behind here. It's just I'm nervous about leaving him because he has skin issues, and I'm trying to I haven't been feeding him the Kirkland stuff, and I know that someone will feed it to him just because it's easy, and, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I gotta figure this out. And just feed him before I go and tell everyone, "Do not feed my dog, please." But if they feed the other dog, then he will get his paws on that food. It's like people don't like, I don't think they really care as much as I do. That's for sure. But that's just the way it is, I guess. I'll try to figure out a way. In fact, I'll maybe I could just find a place to stand with my dog. I'm not sure. There's got to be some place. Maybe I could call the priest or whoever, like the priest, and ask if I can stand with my dog in the cry room or something. I don't know, man. If that would even work out. I did look it up, and they did say like that most Catholic churches are okay with service dogs, but I don't know about emotional support dogs. So we'll see. Yeah. I wish that Shando was military trained. That yeah, just anything I tell him, just like if you sit, stay, and he just will not get up unless I tell him to. I wish I could get him to that point, and then I would pretty much be set. Otherwise, he's really good. It's just he needs training in that regard. I want to go back to church also, but I have really bad social anxiety. Yeah, that's another thing I deal with. Definitely. Definitely. It makes it really hard for me to, go on dates and do stuff like that. My social anxiety is so bad. And, online dating has always been so iffy, a little, just it's always been disappointing for me. I get catfished a lot, like I meet the guy, and he's looks like 15 years or more older than the picture he sent to me of him. Um, it's doesn't even look like the same person. Um, last person I went on a date with, dude, like, okay, so I met up at a cafe, right? And the first thing they asked me is, "Do you have a job?" And they talk about their ex a lot during the date too, and showed me all 5 of their kids. So my first thought is, "Oh, your first thought was, do you have a job because you want for me to provide for you and your kids." I see. I see. Sorry, dude. I got way too much baggage. I'm not, no, no. I feel like I'm going to end up being a third wheel at some point in time. You know, I just gave me the impression of someone who wants to fuck around, and but he wants someone at home to take care of his kids who are really, quite young. So there's that. Some of them don't even look like they can be home alone. God, that was crazy. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. Should have seen that coming. Needless to say, I ghosted him. Sorry, not sorry. It'd be better for both of us. I'm 30 years old and don't date anymore. My last girlfriend was as 28 years old, but that only lasted 3 months. Yeah, I mean, I gotta have chemistry with them. We gotta connect in a certain way. I should just do the things I enjoy doing in life. Go out and see people, be social, and then things will happen per happenstance. And that's the better way for it to go down. I don't think it should be forced. It's just giving me anxiety, making me feel like I'll never see meet anyone when that's not really the case. More than likely, I will meet someone if I go out and maybe join a group or, people who are more like minded. I shouldn't be dating random people because chances are they're they're gonna poo poo me because I'm Catholic or they're gonna poo poo me because I'm conservative. And that's something that's way more common where I live than not, unfortunately. Come on in, bed. I'm gonna do this live streaming for a little bit till about 8 o'clock, I think. Maybe longer. We'll see. All people should learn to have virtue, men and women. Men and women. Double standards. That's what I am all for. Double standards. There shouldn't be, people shouldn't get special privileges just because of the way they look or because of their gender or because they're a minority or whatever. If I do something bad, I should get the same punishment that anybody else would get written down on paper. Same with men. Everybody should be held accountable for and everybody should be handled accordingly, the same way if they've committed the same crime or whatever. You know, I you know I shouldn't get extra privileges if someone thinks I'm cute or whatever. That's wrong. But everybody should try to live virtuously. You know, there's a lot of it has nothing to do with gender. I think it's so weird and cringe when people are just so bent out of shape and obsessed with gender, like him versus her, she versus him. Like, I just find that so annoying, so cringe, so weird. There are good people and there are bad people. Duh. You know, M- Men commit the majority of the crimes, but that doesn't mean that women don't commit crimes either. And it doesn't mean that, people will take advantage of whatever they have to, with whatever they have to use people. It's like women don't have the physical strength, but they can sure as hell be crafty and manipulative. Same with men. Men can be crafty and manipulative too, and vice versa. There are good people and bad people. I don't understand why some people just don't get that. You know, just because I was beaten and raped and choked and all this other terrible stuff by a certain person, guy in my life, does not mean I think all men are like that. Just like if you end up with some like needy, narcissistic, manipulative like woman, that doesn't mean that all women are like that. I like what are you talking about? I think that it's just so weird when people think that way. Well, having getting into a car accident isn't a crime. I'm talking like murder, dude. I'm talking like, violence. I'm talking about violence. And I'm not saying that that's my you're missing my point. You're missing my point. And I'm saying that that doesn't make all people like that doesn't make all men bad at all. They're most men will never do stuff like that, right? Like, yeah, I mean, you're totally missing my point. Yeah, agree. Yeah, exactly. Far left people will want to know what your political way you lean right away. I know, right? They want to gauge what I am so that they can like try to cancel me or whatever. It is what it is. But there are plenty of successful YouTubers who think like I do. And you know, it's I know they have a problem with freedom of speech, but unless, like, most of the violence that's been happening these days has been on their side. It's been going down on their side for the most part. Um, when I was liberal for practically a decade, and I had conservative friends who I agreed with secretly because where I worked, if I had expressed that I believed in God, I would have gotten made fun of, you know? And people were saying all kinds of mean things about conservatives. You had posters on the walls that were anti-conservative this, conservative that. And then one time when I was closing after my shift, when the doors were locked, when no customers came in, I went into my backpack, saw my Trump hat, decided to put it on at the last minute because I was gonna get some coffee and stuff for myself and put that in my bag instead. So I have that on and I'm doing the very last part of my shift, doing the till and all that. And then suddenly the new manager who only owned the place for 4 months, until he, shut it down completely. He came in, gives me this absolute look of hatred and disdain and says to me, "You're not allowed to wear that under this roof." And I'm like, okay. I assured him, I tried to assure him that, yeah, I mean, we had a video camera up there and everything. Hey, you can check the video camera. I wasn't wearing it in front of the customers, man. I would not, you know, rub my politics in people's faces when my job is to serve coffee. Right? I wouldn't do that. No matter what side of the spectrum I lean on, even if I was liberal, which every most people in that area are, it's like I wouldn't do that. I'm here to serve coffee, but I just put it on last minute because it was in my bag and I wanted to make room in my bag. So, like, he's just giving me this look like I don't believe you. Of course. Of course. But since I worked at the place, they had just like anti Bush this. And I'm not saying I like Bush at all, but it was just like if you're conservative, you're not supposed to feel welcome there in any way. And man, oh man, oh man, if you said you at least agree with something that Trump said, then you're gonna make nothing but enemies working there. So I kept my mouth shut for a while until then. And then I started fucking around and finding out. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. Hypocritical. Like, not only that, but that manager I'm talking about who told me take that hat off. He wanted to for us to all decorate the bathroom with stickers, even though the wallpaper was ugly as fuck and everything just looked shitty. He wanted for us to just put stickers on the walls. He said, "Yeah, you can put," he said, "decorate the bathroom with, stickers and, but it can't be anything triggering. It can't be anything hateful," as if I'd put something hateful up there, right? Like, what does he think I'm gonna put like a Confederate flag or a Nazi symbol up there? What does he think I'm gonna do? Of course, they're gonna assume that all conservatives think like that. Like the vast majority of people in general do not think like that, and conservatives don't think like that. Most of us don't. Um, so I go down there and I look at the stickers, and 80% of them are same-sex couples kissing. I mean, I have nothing against that at all, but it's like he's rubbing politics in everyone else's faces, As long as it's liberal, then it's okay, But I'll bet if I were to put an American flag sticker on that wall, he would just scrape it all up, you know? Yeah, yeah, they view anyone who considers themselves a patriot or loves their country a bigot, you know? Unless you think just like them in every other way. You know, you got to agree with them on everything. If you so much as say, hey, you know what? A lot of these lies about Trump, all of these claims and allegations about Trump have been debunked. Why don't we investigate this more? Why don't we start to question it? Why is it that so many people hate on this man so viciously? And it's all just name calling. It's all like related to his looks or he's a fascist or this or that. And when we do all of our research like good children, we find that just about most of the stuff isn't true or it's blown way out of proportion or it's twisted, you know. He's there are things I can criticize, there are things I'm disappointed in, but for the most part he has been a good president. He's been the best president in my lifetime. Well, if you don't like her or whoever, move the hell along, Red. Yeah, move the hell along, Red. I don't like you either. Screw you. I don't give a shit, frankly. Yeah, then move along, Redbeard. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna crack my back. Oh yeah. You hear that? That felt good. Only God can judge me. It's like it's all word salad. It's all the pigeon on the chessboard. They're not gonna do any of the research. They're not gonna go fact check any of this. None of that. You know, it's just gonna be insults, vicious language, and lies. Lies and lies and lies and lies. They don't care, man. They don't care to have a reasonable intellectual debate or discussion about anything. They just want to be right. They do not want to lose. That's the thing. It's all just it's a game to them, and they think that if they can't win, then it's nah 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 nah, can't hear you. You know, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. When I was liberal for over a decade or so, I had conservative friends. Not a single one of them ostracized me or or you know au- e- 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 blocked me or whatever. Not a single one of them called me names. I mean, one person told me I was a fool, but that's yeah, that's that they don't count. They don't count. I don't want to tell you who it is, but like, yeah, I'll just give you a hint. We're related, so it kind of doesn't count. But I had like four conservative friends. They were always so nice to me, just like we didn't even talk politics really. Every now and then, once in a blue moon, we could agree to disagree on things, but we respected each other, right? We respected each other's views. I was able to quietly agree with some of their points, although I wouldn't have admitted it out, in front of everybody in that vicinity. Anyway, so when I started to lean more conservative, I'm not like full blown conservative, but I lean more conservative. As soon as I started leaning more conservative, I lost friends. A family member ostracized me. I had hatred and threats thrown my way. I was told that I was a threat to my family, even though their side's the one committing all the violence. And for the most part, yeah, it's just wow, wow. I mean, I thought that was the party of empathy, but I couldn't have been more wrong. I couldn't have been more wrong. They're all about Antifa, and Antifa, they're the real fascists. They're the real fascists. They don't want for us to have freedom of speech. And they use black umbrellas to hide their crimes from the cameras as they attack people who are just reporting, just, you know, uh, capturing it on film. or whatever, if there are conservatives protesting and they come up and they attack with weapons under their black umbrellas. So screw Antifa and screw far leftists, far leftism. That's the thing. There's a difference between liberals and leftists. People who are far left are really cuckoo and they don't listen. I would have never called myself far left even back then. I was never radical, you know. But but yeah, I mean, a lot of the people I hung around back when they were radical. And if you even told them that you were Christian or whatever, then they'd also shame you for that. I was shamed for being Catholic one time. And even when I was liberal, at one time I said, one of these days I want to have my own, just maybe at least one kid one of these days. I don't know how that subject got brought up, but I got shamed up and down the yin yang. I was like, oh yeah, yeah, you're so selfish to want to have a kid in today's day, in today's day and age. It's like, yeah, that's just so selfish. Oh, sure, sure. Oh, I'm sure you're a perfect flower of virtue, my friend. I'm sure. I'm sure your whole life revolves around other people, dude. As if, you know, they're the most narcissistic, selfish people I've ever met. Liberals are useful idiots. When Biden was president, the rest of the world was fine taking all our taxes. But meanwhile, our own country was being overrun by criminals flooding in from the border, drug addicts, etc. And that's exactly what they wanted because it would keep them in power. That's exactly what they wanted. And that's one reason why Gavin Newsom is getting his, he's getting his karma. Way overdue. I think he should be in prison now. That's what I think. I think he should be in prison now. He's a bad man, and I think his wife's an accomplice. She should be in prison too, is what I think. Hey Heather, good to see you, man. What's up? It's all stupid. Yeah, yeah. Oh man. Ooh, my back. Should Trump be in prison? No, no. And they've tried so hard to get him in prison, but guess what? They debunk all these lies and accusations against him. There's a reason why he didn't go to prison because he didn't commit a lot of the crimes, if not all the crimes that they accounted him for. And then they wanted to get him on the Stormy Daniels incident. Like, seriously? Like, that's even a crime for one thing? Like, that isn't just a personal family issue? Look, Trump's an imperfect person. We're all imperfect people. Let he who's without sin cast the first stone. But that has nothing to do. I don't give a shit what his personal life is. I just want him to get things done, and he's getting things done. He's closed our border to illegal immigration. We don't have as much crime as we used to. Washington D.C. is doing a lot better, and a lot of places, as long as liberal, far leftist governors and mayors try to stop him. If like California's not doing well, Oregon, New York, if those places, if we're not Minnesota, if we're not doing well in these states, it's because of the leadership here. Is that like nothing Trump can do about the way they're handling things? They're trying to make it impossible to get anything through over here, you know? I don't even watch Fox News, fucking moron. I don't even watch Fox News. I haven't watched, you know, I only would watch a little bit of it if I saw someone else watching it. I'd just be passing by. I've never sat down for it. I don't watch that. Not that I think it's bad. I don't know much about Fox News. I don't watch Fox News. Fucking moron. Stupid. They try to make you see, that's how they argue with you, right? They say, "You do this, you do that, you are this, you are that." They call you names, they spew out word salads, they accuse you of shit, when they know nothing about your life. It's just fucking stupid. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hey girl, why you cussing? Oh, I fucking mad. Because we have morons in the chat, my friend. We have morons accusing me of shit when they know nothing about me. That's it. I don't even know Pastry on a personal level, but he's always been kind and respectful towards me. I've had, liberal moderators here, and I don't like, or people who lean liberal. And it doesn't matter to me as long as they respect me as I would respect them. You know? If someone's trying to share an opposing viewpoint with me, I don't just come right out and call them names and tell them they're stupid or whatever, like you would. You know? We might be able to argue some logical points with someone like you, David, but you're just gonna come out and start insulting. Start calling me names or whatever. You have nothing to argue. You're just gonna spew out a bunch of bullshit that has no bearing on my life. It's like screw you. I don't care what you think of me. Everything with you guys is just personal. Why don't we just throw insults at each other? I'm sure that'll get our points across. Stupid. I'd recommend, you watch some Nick Shirley or something. See what's really going on. Thank you, Lewis. Oh, it's a cute corgi. That corgi needs to lose some weight. That's a cute corgi though. Thank you. Corgis are adorable. Didn't Queen Victoria have a bunch of corgis? Queen Victoria. Gyms are on sale, by the way, everyone. Oh, thank you, Lewis. Thank you for letting everybody know. Thank you. And please don't forget to like and subscribe, everyone. I'm sure not everyone's gonna do that, but I appreciate it. If for to whoever does that, I appreciate it. Appreciate whoever wants to join my streams, join my channel. It's very helpful. Love to keep this going. Yeah, for the most part, we just discuss whatever I feel like discussing, but it's mostly about recovery and addiction, and we talk about art, we talk about, activities and things that improve our lives. I show you my cooking sometimes. Um, so yeah, my art, all that jazz. I enjoy it. So yeah, I'd appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming to my stream. Should read. Oh yeah, and I also read the Bible. Could do a little Bible reading before we end the stream. Could go on a little bit longer than I've proposed earlier. Just let me finish my lovely nails here. God, I got such shitty nails though. 100, and you're not following American politics if you think other people are making decisions for President Trump. Exactly, exactly. And that's the thing. They're lying about that. Most of the time when people say that, they're lying about it. When they say it's all Trump's fault that a state's not doing well, they blame it all on Trump, and it's a complete lie. That's a complete lie. We have leaders here who resist everything. and make it nigh impossible to get any bill passed around here. Impossible I mean, just look at the homeless problem here in like Portland. Look at the homeless problem where it's the worst. It's like a third of the homelessness, I believe. I have to look it up again to make sure, is in California, where Gavin Newsom rules or lack thereof. Yeah, he's just a terrible, terrible person. You know, he's made the homeless situation there worse. Fuck, you see, like, conservatives actually care about getting things done. They care about help. We care about actually doing something that's gonna make a difference and help people like the homeless population. Liberals want to make it, or leftists or whoever, they want to make it look like they care. They care more about what other people see, what it looks like on the outside than what's actually happening. You know, they care more about winning. To them, it's like religion in a way. Their convictions are set. They cannot be reasoned with. I'm glad that I'm able to think outside the box, dude. It sucks to be closed minded and full of shit. It does. Really does. Yeah, I mean, it takes more people than just ones to get uh, laws implemented or anything across, you know? If it's Especially if it's something that's like a state by state kind of basis. You have like in these liberal states, they're all opposing Trump and trying to resist any good law that he tries to implement. It's That's just the way it is. They just want to retaliate. They just want to rebel. It's just they want to lie and tell everybody that Trump's a NAZI fascist, which isn't true at all. And he's done more for the black community than any president in my lifetime. He had a gay marriage at Mar-a-Lago, and people never talk about that. Before, it was like, this was in 2005, guys. This was a long time ago, 2005, you know? Eesh. And they never talk about that, of course, because it's not convenient for them. It doesn't push their narrative, their lies. They enjoy the hate. They enjoy the getting to hate on this one man and gang up on this one man, you know? Because of the name, because of the way he looks, because of the way he talks, you know? It's like, fuck, man. They'd rather an attractive, albeit evil snake in the grass who wants to, ruin sports for women and all this other shit than someone who's a little crass when they speak, a little petty at times, albeit honest and does what they say they're gonna do for the most part.
What?
One of the most important things we could have accomplished was closing our border, and by God, he did that. And he did. He's doing a great job of it. I like the new borders are. Let me see. I think it went from like 77,000 or something like that, more coming over our border to zero. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. And I'm not talking about people who are already here now. I mean, people are still being deported, but I'm talking about people coming in. How many illegal immigrants are coming across the border? New, okay, so migrationpolicy.org. Both the size and share of immigrants in the US population stood at record highs. Let me put this over here. Both the size and share of immigrants in the US population stood at record highs as of 2024. I feel like I need my glasses. One sec. One second. It's like I just made days and can't wash my glasses. Um, Both the size and share of immigrants in the US population stood at at record highs as of 2024. The most recent year for which data are available. The immigrant population numbered slightly more than 15.2 million people, or 14.8% of the country's 340.1 million residents. The only prior period in US history when the immigrant share was as high was in 1890, when it also stood at 14.8%. These recent record levels mark a turnaround from 1970, when an all-time low of just 4.7% of the US population was foreign-born. In the decades since, the immigrant population has not only increased year over year, but also diversified, shifting from predominantly European regions to those from Africa and Asia. Despite the dominance of unauthorized immigration in the policy and public discourse, more than three-quarters of all immigrants in the country as of 2023 are there legally as naturalized citizens, and they are welcome. Lawful permanent residents, LPRs, commonly known as green card holders, or temporary visa holders. U.S. immigration policies are in flux, with major changes implemented since the return of the Trump administration in January 2025, with consequences for future immigration levels that have yet to be fully realized. The administration has moved in unprecedented fashion to leverage the full power of the federal government to arrest unauthorized immigrants, strip more than 1.5 million humanitarian migrants of temporary protection, scrutinize temporary visa holders, including national students, H1 skilled workers, as well as green card holders and assistance industry for temporary arrivals. Well, he's not going after legal. He's not going after legal immigrants. That's not happening. Immigration has been significant. Yeah, this is obviously written by someone who's left with like, so some of this just isn't true. Like, he's not going after people who are here illegally. That's just not happening. I have friends who are legal immigrants, and they're all for Trump. They have no problem. Mm. So, yeah. USAFacts.org. How many illegal crossings are attempted at the US Mexico border each year? About 8.3K attempted crossings were detected in March 2026, 15.2% more than March 2025. These attempted, sometimes referred to as encounters, are instances when the US Border Patrol apprehended or expelled someone attempting to illegally cross to the US between official ports of entry. This number does not necessarily represent individual people, as one person may be counted several times if they make multiple attempts to cross the border. According to the Department of Homeland Security, USBP intercepted an estimated 80% of attempted border crossings along the US Mexico border in 2021. The most recent data available 2021, they just let things go to shit. Okay, so 8.3K illegal border crossings detected at the US, 8.3K illegal border crossings detected at the US Mexico border March 2026. More illegal, 15.2% more illegal border crossings detected. Detected crossings attempts decreased at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Encounter levels during this time were similar to the lows reported between 2010 and 2015. Around September 2020, the number of detected crossings began to increase and remained high along the southwest U.S. border. Yeah, they were dropping a lot of our criminals into our country at that time too. During this time and into 2021, the recidivism rate. They even have like a little marker there so I can look up what that word. Recidiv- Recidivism. Oh, see. During this time into 2021, the recidivism rate, the likelihood that an individual attempted to cross to the US more than once in a single year, nearly quadrupled compared to pre-pandemic levels. Wow. During this time in 2021, the recidivism rate, I apologize, that one. The likelihood that an individual attempted to cross into the US more than once in a single year nearly quadrupled compared to pre-pandemic levels. A 2023 Congressional Research Service report attributed this primarily to Title 42, a policy active from March 2020 to May 2023, which made it easier for the government to expel migrants at the border but did not penalize people with crossing. The total number of detected crossings which do not differentiate from between a new and repeat crossing continued to rise from 2020 through 2023. It peaked in December 2023 at 249,700 before decreasing through 2024. Oh wow. Look at that. Look how much it went down, guys. Look at these graphs. Look at how much that went down as soon as Trump came into power. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Look at that. America City. Uh, wow. Okay. Which region has the most illegal border crossings? Well, I guess that U.S. Mexico border. Maybe Texas to California. The U.S. Mexico border is nearly 2,000 miles long and spans 5 states. Attempted border crossings are detected at different rates along the entire border. U.S. EP divides this area into 9 regions, each managed a single border control city. Yeah, Texas is Arizona, El Centro, Yuma, Tucson, El Paso, Big Bend, Del Rio, Laredo, Rio Grande Valley. How have illegal border crossings changed in the last year? In March 2026, the number of detected crossing attempts decreased in 4 sectors and increased in 5 sectors compared to 12 months earlier. The increase was largest in El Central sector, where crossings increased by 112% between March 2025 and March 2026. These changes may reflect fluctuating migration routes or policy changes. So there's an 86% decrease in apprehensions at the border from December 2024 to December 2020. Decrease in refugee admissions between uh, January to February 2025, less than 99%. New immigration arrivals 2.8 as of 2024. Authorized immigration decreased from 2023 to 2024 after increasing each of the previous years. Refugees comprise a relatively small share of all authorized immigrants, and their numbers sharply declined in 2025 count. Yeah, because illegal immigration isn't allowed. You know, I know, I know. And I mean, the UK is doing really well in that regard. You have women young girls being gang raped by illegal immigrants, and people trying to hide that, act like it never happened, take the side of the illegal immigrants, act like the girls were actually threatening this guy out of racism or something like that. And that was far from the case. That was not true at all. Like this guy was going after these girls, and they were trying to protect themselves. Just evil, man. And I'm sure these girls and their families now get threats from morons. Yeah, they're angry little birds, aren't they? Thank you for the gifts, man. Appreciate the make. Thank you, UC. Thank you very much. That's a beautiful gift. Thank you. I know, right? People are getting so triggered. Is the connection going in and out, or are people just triggered? Hi, Dante. I would love to go to Texas. I might even like to live there someday. I've always wanted to you know, be able to, bear arms. I don't know why, but I feel like, well, I probably do, but I feel like I wouldn't even be able to bear arms without like my rights being challenged here. Also, I would like to go uh feral wild hog hunting. Wild boar hunting. That's what I want to do because they're an invasive species and it sounds fun. I'd love to do that. I'd love to try something like that. Shanda would love that too. It's not triggered you, moron. You were triggered, or you wouldn't have made bad comments about conservatives. Exactly, exactly. It's like when we're trying to argue our points, we're not calling anyone any names. We're not being hostile. We're just giving out our opinion as respectfully as we can. And then this asshole comes along and just starts calling us names and shit. It's just like, screw this person. Screw this person. They don't know what they're talking about. You know, it is what it is. Nah, pastry's not triggered. No, no, he's not. No. I've seen the majority of this argument here go down, and some people are triggered just because they hate Trump. And all they can do is call us names and shit. It's just annoying. It's just annoying and obnoxious. Just saying. But I do like this nail polish. It's simple, but it's kind of hard to see here, but it's kind of sparkly. It's called it's this stuff here. It's called what's it called? What's it called? What's it called? Fairy dust. In the night there walk the dream beneath the moon. The shadows sing when you mess with my soul. Ye shall be cursed, now you know. Ooh, is that a poem? Did you just write that poem? That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, bruh. Browski, dude, bruh, dude, bro, bruh, lo. Let's see. Oh, good. Found one. Just don't want to wreck my nails. Really don't want to wreck my nails while I'm trying to clean my glasses. Hmm. Don't ask. Hello, my name is George Decay. You're despicable. You're despicable. Despicable. Fucker and fuckata. I can talk like bugs too. Nah. What's up, Doc? What's up, Doc? Yeah. What's up, Doc? Anyone see that movie Knives Out with Jamie Lee Curtis and it's got Daniel Craig in it? It's my favorite movie of Daniel Craig other than 007. Like that movie is actually my favorite movie of Daniel Craig because he speaks in a foghorn leghorn accent and you just would not expect that coming out of his mouth. It's so hilarious. It's even got the guy who played Captain America, like Evans something, I think. Something Evans? Chris Evans. Chris Evans. It has Chris Evans. He's really good in it. And it has Anna De Armas. Am I saying her name right? Because I've only seen her in like two movies. Um, so that is such a good movie. I saw that in the theaters. Came out in 2019. But Daniel Craig, that is my favorite role of him because he's so hilarious. He speaks with a foghorn. He sounds exactly like Foghorn Leghorn. You just would not expect to hear that. You always hear him with this super like sophisticated Bond like British accent, and then you watch this movie. It's just like wow, so unexpected. I think that might be one of my favorite movies. It's the movie's kind of like the whole plot is like the game Clue. It's like who did it, who assaulted or murdered whoever with the wrench in the conservatory. I don't know. It's a good movie. Oh, thank you, UC. Thank you for the stars and sparkles, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. All right, let's not fight, guys, okay? This is you know what I think? I think that when you guys start fighting, it makes it so that people don't want to come to my live stream. That's one reason at least. Cuz the last time people came here and they were just fighting and fighting and fighting over like politics and shit, it went my viewer count went from like 25 to 30 down to 5 or 0. And I would someone informed me of that and I noticed it. So please pastry ignore these assholes, okay? You're never gonna convince anyone. It's never gonna get anywhere. It's never gonna be productive. Just don't argue with these people, okay? You know, the soul. I mean, for anyone here who's one of my moderators, like the reason why I assigned you as a moderator was to help promote my channel, not argue with people who are just gonna, name call and be assholes and make this an unpleasant atmosphere. It's like we've gotten our points across. And if they don't want to listen, if they want to be assholes, if they just want to name call and be the pigeon shitting all over the chessboard, then that's on them. That's not on us. That's not on me. That's not on you. You know, it's their fault that they'd rather live in their own little echo chamber. And, who knows? Who knows what their reasoning is? But they don't have reason. They just, they have word salads and name calling. That's it. So let's just ignore those people and commence. I was gonna read some Bible verses. That's cool. Some people might have a problem with that. I say I just ignore them. Who cares? Going on, dragging it on and on and on. People get sick of looking at that, man. People get sick of the bad vibes. Let's not keep it going. It's stupid, you know? If he continues to be an asshole, I'll block him. But I could use more engagement here. Thank you for all the gifts you see. I appreciate the coins, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Na na na. There's no MAGA rage around here. You see, just lies upon lies upon lies. Beautiful. No, the name calling comes from the far leftists here. Not a single, I mean, sure, I'm sure people on, who lean conservative or people who are MAGA, I'm sure some of them do the name calling. I don't like that either. Like, I'm not saying everybody who's MAGA is right or that all liberals are wrong, but for the most part, yeah, the leftists are wrong and they're the ones who commit the most violence these days and practically all the name calling. Just look at Nick Shirley trying to interview people who are liberal. He's just, super respectful, just tries to get a debate, a discussion, intellectual discussion going. And they just like, I don't want to talk to you because I don't know anything. Like, of course, they don't say that they don't know anything, but they're gonna just, poo poo him, belittle him, condescend him, and then walk off like, I'm just so allergic to having a rational discussion with anyone because I know I'm gonna lose. You know, you should watch more Nick Shirley. You should watch some Nick Shirley, man. I get a lot of my news from Nick Shirley. He's one of them, at least one of them. But I really like Nick Shirley. He's our hero. We need him more than ever. Yeah. Well, guys, okay. Okay, if we're gonna keep so okay, I don't Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, this isn't necessarily a political stream, but I can talk politics if I feel like it. I talk about whatever I feel like on my stream. First and foremost, I'm someone who has recovered from heroin addiction. I was an addict for 6 years, and I've been clean for 3 years and 3 months, or I've been clean since February 28, 2023. I talk about art, I talk about video games, I talk about my dog, I talk about nature and hiking and the things I like to do. Okay. This is whatever I'll talk about whatever I feel like talking about. Talk about the Bible, anything I feel like it, you know? If people don't like it, then, you know, it's like whatever. I don't care. I don't care if people don't like it. People are gonna get triggered. It is what it is. Hey Lucian, how are you doing? Yeah, just pastry, ignore them, okay? Just ignore them. All right? Just ignore them, please. For the love of God, just ignore them. They are sad, but please, god damn, please just ignore them. Yeah. Well, that's fine. You know, that's the majority of people who, claim to be far left or liberal or whatever, you know. I'm not saying they're all like that, but yeah, quite a few are. Quite a few of them people like that. They if they even find out you're mag even slightly, then they're gonna get all triggered and angry and hate you, call you names and shit. Just ignore it, man. Just ignore it. Please. You can't please everyone, that's for damn sure, Robbie. Just liberals crying, yeah. Well, let's stop. Let's not argue anymore because we're not getting anywhere. I'm making a backrooms game right now. Do you have any suggestions? I've never played a backrooms game. That sounds vaguely familiar. I should look that up, huh? And I need to figure out OBS Studio. I'm just like super intimidated by it now. Let's see. Backrooms, huh? Let's see what that is about. Backrooms. Oh, game? Is that like PS5? The Backrooms refers to a popular internet creepypasta and horror concept about endless, empty, yellowish hallways and liminal spaces. Ooh, that sounds so familiar, actually. That it sounds so creepy. Numerous games have been made based on this lore, and most popular and highly rated being Escaped the Backrooms. Oh, that sounds like something I'd like. I like creepy games. I like watching creepy games. I watched the entire walkthrough of Alien Isolation from beginning to end with no commentary before I played it. It was before I had a game system. It'd been a long time since I was able to do that. I rewarded myself with a Nintendo Switch when I'd been clean for a few months. When I was doing the heroin, it was nothing but that. Didn't get into, hardly did anything else I loved to do except during half of that time I did paint, but that as soon as I started injecting it became nothing but the heroin, 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 nothing else. It's insidious. It's like a succubus that lures you in, and it's really hard to get out, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Oh, we do have backrooms and it's free. Oh, cool. And it just came out this year. No user reviews. Planned release date. Okay, so there's a release date. I'll just add that to my wish list. That's pretty cool. Play that sometime. Okay, can we stop fighting in the stream? Are you gonna listen to me? Really? You're not gonna listen? Am I gonna have to start blocking people? Really? You're not gonna listen, are you? Can we stop fighting? Can we stop fighting? Am I gonna be able to read the Bible or anything for that matter without you just continuing this shit? Can we stop fighting? Should I hand out 10 timeouts for the fighting end? Well, Lewis, I'm not sure exactly how this all started. I know people are triggered by the politics. You have people being assholes because they hate MAGA, and you have people dragging it on. I don't know, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're one of my good mods. Go for it. But yeah, I mean, I like pastry. I'd hate to see him go. Like, I don't want to time out pastry, but I haven't. I want to be fair too, man. I haven't seen the whole argument. Well, I've seen you guys bullying back and forth. I see it back and forth, and I want to know who started it. Really, I think this guy David's been kind of a jerk. People are triggered. Yeah, that's the truth. People are triggered, or someone. I mean, I'm really trying to ignore it as much as I can, but I guess I'm forced to engage because some people keep dragging it on and on and on. Just stop it. Just shut up. Just shut up. Stop it. Stop it. Unless you want to get blocked, stop it. Hi, Anne. My name is Benjamin or Ben. I'm in recovery, and you remind me of myself because of that and our dogs. Ha ha ha. I hope you are okay, and I wish you could see it so you know you have one more real one. Oh, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. And that's the thing. We need people like you on my channel who prove that we do recover, you know, and who are here to inspire other people to stay the course and never give up on their recovery because it is so important. I'm gonna sub. Did being Christian help your recovery? I think it did. I think that, God came into my life around the time that my best friend passed away, and I was started really dealing with it and then surrendering to recovery. Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Thank you very much for subscribing too, man. I appreciate that. Don't want to delete comments, but still until the fighting stops. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Lewis, because I if people aren't gonna listen to me, then there's a breach there. There's some disrespect going on. This is my stream, and I do not want for people to be fighting in my stream because, like, shit, man, it's never gonna get anywhere, and people are just gonna leave. Is that the way you want my stream to go down? You know? Okay, please stop fighting, guys. I appreciate the support, but you hurt the channel when you just keep it going. I'm going to delete fighting comments. Amen. Thank you very much, Lewis. I appreciate that very, very much. Eddie doesn't think pastry did anything. Yeah, I didn't really see pastry do anything either, really, other than, kind of, talk back. But that's like because they were being assholes at first. Now they're trying to, gaslight everyone into thinking pastry's the bad guy when he's just responding to their bullshit. Yeah, let's not keep it going. Yeah, I mean, people are gonna lie about us. People are gonna lie about MAGA. People are gonna lie about Trump. It's gonna happen. Nothing we can do about it. We can't have reasonable debates with these people. We just can't. So let's just drop it. Nothing we can do. It's futile. Now we can all be friendly. Amen. Hopefully. Oh, thank you, Lucian. Diary is our big artist. I love you too, Kumar. Thank you. Criminals hate Batman, but Batman's still gonna clean up Gotham. Yep. I can't help being a hero. There you go. Oh, yeah, and our mutual admiration for Trump. Yep. Okay, let's read the Bible, guys. Let's not get any more people triggered. I don't really care, but it's like if it goes on and on, it gets annoying, gets obnoxious, and yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Hey, baby. We're almost done here, kiddo. 1 minute. We're gonna read a few Bible verses and then end the live stream. But before I do end, please like and subscribe, people. It's very much appreciated. Let's try to get it up to 200. You can ask me anything, Lucian. My mic is delayed. I've been having this issue with my live streams lately. Well, let me see something. I just got off and got back on. Is it fine now? I hope so. Batman doesn't kill people though. That's part of his deal. He has a moral high ground. Yep. It's the means to the end, man. I'd rather stand for someone who um acts unorthodox to achieve a good end than someone who does all the right things to achieve a sinister, evil agenda. You know, the whole scandal with like bricks and many things and what's his name? Ben, uh Reckless Ben is a good example of that. Man, the way they've been trying to scam that guy, the way they're trying to actually get him in prison for doing the right thing. We're just trying to get back on track. Nothing personal. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that. The Lego scandal, yeah. Asmongold's been doing really good coverage of that. Crazy shit. It's a rabbit hole, man. You should see like the corporate like CEO of Bricks and Many Things. How guilty he is in all this. He's just, yeah, those people steal from children. They steal from old people. Their inventory was really mismanaged too. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Asmongold says. I don't agree with everything. You know, I mean, I'm pro life, and there are a few things I don't agree with, and but most of the things that says I do agree with. And I like listening to people I disagree with because I like for my opinions and my what I think to be challenged. I like to I like to be challenged. I like to think outside the box. I don't like to be in an echo chamber. And, I never have been. I've always leaned more towards the middle, but I lean slightly more conservative now as opposed to like a few years ago. I was liberal and I leaned more liberal. I wasn't like far anything. Anyway, anywho, let's stop that. Um, how about Sirach chapter 10, verse 4 to 5? The government of the earth is in the hands of the Lord, and over it he will raise up the right man for the time. The success of a man is in the hands of the Lord, and he confers his honor upon the person of the scribe. How about we go to a random verse? Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3. A voice cries, in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord. Make straight in the desert a highway for our God. That's a good one. Psalms chapter 91, verse 1 to 2. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High, who abides in the shadow of the Almighty, will say to the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. Beautiful. Thank you, Lewis. Psalm 42. All right. I love it when you guys give me suggestions. Psalms 42. Psalms 42. Okay. I'll read that chapter. As a heart longs for flowing streams, so longs my soul for thee, O God. My soul thirsts for God, for the living God. When shall I come and behold the face of God? My tears have been my food, day and night, while men say to me continually, where is your God? These things I remember as I pour out my soul, how I went with the throng and led them in procession to the house of God with glad shouts and songs of thanksgiving, a multitude keeping festival. Why are you cast down, O my soul? And why are you disquieted within me? Hope in God, for I shall again praise him, my help and my God. My soul is cast down within me. Therefore I remember thee from the land of Jordan and of Hermon, from the Mount Mizar, I think. Deep calls to deep at the thunder of thy cataracts. All thy waves and thy billows have gone over me. By day the Lord commands his steadfast love, and at night his song is with me, a prayer to the God of my life. I say to God, my rock, why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy? As with a deadly wound in my body, my adversaries taunt me, while they say to me continually, where is your God? Why are you cast down, O my soul? And why are you disquieted within me? Hope in God, for I shall again praise him, my help and my God. I love that. That was beautiful. That was utterly beautiful. That's one I'm definitely going to highlight. That's beautiful, man. Thank you. Thank you. Psalms are great. The Psalms are great for sure. I just want to highlight that whole thing. That was one of the most beautiful ones I've read in a long time. Anyone else got a Bible suggestion? Jesus is King. Amen. So my painting of Christ is gonna be inspired by expressionism, my favorite art movement, like Egon Schiele, and inspired by Byzantine art. That was just such a beautiful, beautiful chapter right there, that whole thing. Read Revelations. All right, all right. Revelations. Okay. Deuteronomy was suggested first. Okay, okay. Exodus. All right. Exodus 21, chapter 21, verse 7. Yeah, Bricks and Many Things is a horrible company. Absolutely. Thank you, Lucian. All right. Okay, we're gonna do Exodus chapter 21, verse 7, since that's the first one down the line here. So here we go. Chapter 21, verse 7. All right. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. That's interesting that you'd want me to read that. It's just so like there's very little context there, you know. If she does not please her master who has designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt faithlessly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as with a daughter. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish her food, her clothing, or her marital rights. And if he does not do these three things for her, she shall go out for nothing without payment of money. It's interesting. Okay. Let me see what's next. Deuteronomy chapter 22, 13 to 21. All right, all right. Deuteronomy right over here. Let's think. Here it is. Chapter 22, 13 to 21. All right. If any man takes a wife and goes into her and then spurns her and charges her with shameful conduct and brings an evil name upon her, saying, I took this woman, and when I came near her, I did not find in her the tokens of virginity, then the father of the young woman and her mother shall take and bring out the tokens of her virginity to the elders of the city in the gate. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to wife, and he spurns her. And lo, he has made shameful charges against her, saying, I did not find in your daughter the tokens of virginity. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the garment before the elders of the city. Then the elders of that city shall take the man and whip him, and they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and give them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. But if the thing is true, that the tokens of virginity were not found in the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has wrought folly in Israel for playing the harlot of her father's in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from the mindset from the midst of you. It's interesting how it goes from that in the Old Testament to Jesus saving Mary of Magdalene by telling people, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. And that saved her life. Because guess what? Those men found that they are not without sin. Nobody is. That's interesting. That's why we needed Christ. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Leave me. Don't get sassy with me. Leave me out of your comments. Can you read about the end times? Read Revelations, this person says. Okay. People want me to read Revelations, we'll do that. Hmm. We'll read the first book, the first chapter of Revelations this time. the revelation to John, the apocalypse. I'll read the first chapter this time. Okay. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave him to show to his servants what must soon take place. And he made it known by sending his angel to his servant John, who bore witness to the word of God and to the testimony of Jesus Christ, even to all that he saw. Blessed is he who reads aloud the words of the prophecy, and blessed are those who hear and who keep what is written therein. For the time, sorry, for the time is near. John to the 7 churches that are in Asia. Grace to you and peace from him who is, and who was, and who is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn of the dead, and the ruler of the kings on earth, and the ruler of kings on earth. To him who loves us and has freed us from our sins by his blood and made us a kingdom, priests to his God and Father. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, every one who pierced him, and all tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. Even so. Amen. I am the Alpha and the Omega, says the Lord God, who is and who was and who is to come, the Almighty. I, John, your brother, who share with you in Jesus the tribulation and the kingdom and the patient endurance, was on the island called Patmos on account of the word of God and the testimony of Jesus. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet saying, write what you see in a book and send it to the 7 churches, to Ephesus, and to Smyrna, and to Pergamum, and to uh, Thyatira, and to Sardis, and to Philadelphia, and to Laodicea. Philadelphia is actually spelled like Philadelphia. Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me. Thank you for the gifts, ASR. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much, man. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. Then I turned to see the voice that was speaking to me, and on turning, I saw 7 golden lampstands, and in the midst of the lampstands, one like a son of man, clothed with a long robe and with a golden girdle round his breast. His head and his hair were white as white wool, white as snow. His eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined as in a furnace, and his voice was like the sound of many waters. In his right hand he held 7 stars. From his mouth issued a sharp 2-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in full strength. Wow, I want to paint that. When I saw him, I fell at his feet as though dead. But he laid his right hand upon me, saying, fear not, I am the first and the last, and the living one. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore. And I have the keys of death and Hades. Now write what you see, what is and what is to take place hereafter. As for the mystery of the 7 stars which you saw in my right hand, and the 7 golden lampstands, the 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 lampstands are the 7 churches. Beautiful. Amen. God loved you so much that he sent his son to bleed and die on the cross for you on Calvary to pay for your sins, and he has risen his son from the dead to give you life. Amen. The King James version maybe is edited. Someone needs to find an original copy. I am Catholic. I read the Saint Ignatius version. I read the Ignatius Holy Bible Revised Standard Version. Good night. I sub. Thank you, ASR. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the gifts, man. You have a good night. Yeah, we're done reading the we're done reading the Bible right now. It's almost 9 p.m. I did say I was gonna end it at 8. We went an hour longer, which I'm glad about. Glad we can end it on a good note. Anyway, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please like and subscribe. It's okay if we didn't get up to 200 likes this time, but we'll keep doing this and gaining more momentum, reaching bigger audiences and helping more people to inspire. We want to inspire more people to recover, or you know n- I want to encourage people if they're craving dangerous, harmful substances. I want to inspire people to be resilient and to let the negative feelings pass and know that there are good days to come. Never give up on yourself and prove them wrong. Anyone who tells you, like, once a junkie, always a junkie, anyone who tries to condescend you or bring you down or disrespect you or whatever, don't give them any energy back. Don't even engage them. Just act. Apply yourself to what you know is going to be fruitful and good in the end. Be resilient and prove them wrong, because that is a good high in and of itself, man. Proving those assholes wrong when they say things like that, when they call you junkie or whatever, once a junkie, always a junkie, prove those people wrong. People will expect you to fail. They and if you adhere to that, if you decide that to just give up because that's what everyone expects, then you're letting them win. you know you're proving them right, and they want that. Some people actually want, you know for you to fail so that they can be self-righteous and shame you, and like you say, I told you so. You know what I mean? Like, rub it in your face. Prove them wrong, man. Prove them wrong. I forget to take them off sometimes after I read. That's gonna fuck my eyes up. These are my reading glasses. Thank you. Yeah. And there's a difference between having an opinion on something and, you know, uh, being a actual hater and name calling and being disrespectful and all that. Imagine going to a live stream just to do your best to try and trigger somebody like you're a middle schooler. Is such an achievement. Yeah. And that'll happen, man. And the more, as I'm sure you're aware, and the bigger my channel gets, the more engagement I get, the more I'm gonna have to deal with trolls. I'm gonna have to probably start, assigning, designating more mods, because yeah, it can get out of hand. But if I assign too many mods, if I let too many people be a moderator, then it's gonna get a little chaotic, and I have to know a moderator a little bit more beforehand, know if they actually support my channel, because there are some who will use that to try to sabotage my channel. Uh, Last time I was too rash about choosing a moderator, that did happen. I had to deal with a real creep and someone who tried to, sabotage my channel and start blocking people and starting fights and all that. We don't need any of that. So it is what it is, man. This is the internet. It's to be expected. I mean, you should see how much hate like Blair White or Asmongold gets. I mean, you know, like a lot of people who think like me get a lot of hate on the internet. But then again, a lot of people agree with me. Probably more people than not, especially since more people are starting to wake up. So I'm glad I woke up. I'm sure pastry's gonna be living in your head rent free too, my friend. You guys are all just, I mean, here's the thing. I'd rather we had a respectful discussion or debate on something like that than just name calling. That's all I'm seeing here is just name calling. I don't like that. But most people are gonna be idiots and argue like that, I guess. It's the pigeon on the chessboard deal. Only people who think like a Democrat call other people triggered. Seriously, it's not an insult. It just shows how controlled you are. Well, I mean, I've said that certain liberals or far left people get really triggered. I mean, triggered is just like when people, blow a fuse because they don't, like what they hear or like what they see, and it's like you can't reason with them. They can't be reasoned with whatsoever. It's like, yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is pastry. They insult us and throw they throw shit at us that like they tell us that we're doing what they're actually doing. They project. They project. They gaslight. They try to make us seem like we're the bad guys when it's you know, there are good and bad people on both sides. Trump said that, but the far left twisted it around to make it seem like he was all for like the Proud Boys when he certainly wasn't. So there's that lie. There's the Russian collusion lie. There's the lie of thinking that he's trying to deport all immigrants instead of just illegal immigrants. There's a lie of calling him a fascist and calling him Hitler and calling him a Nazi and all this other shit. It's all lies. All that's just full blown lies. And even though it's been debunked and proven wrong, they just keep going at it. Like fucking hey man. He made it so that like the punishment he made it so that if you abuse animals, your punishment is gonna be more severe for that. Like you could go to jail now for uh hurting animals for just animal cruelty. If he were to save a drowning baby, they would still say the same things that they're saying about him. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about the truth whatsoever. They wouldn't care if he saved a drowning puppy. They celebrate when Charlie Kirk gets murdered. They cried and whined when Trump didn't get hit by that bullet. It's like they advocate for death and hatred and destruction. And if some people, can't see that, they must live in their own little bubble. It's because I was able to think outside that bubble I was in, and I was able to, like, you know what? I decided I don't care anymore. I'd rather lose some so-called friends and a family member who's just terrible, goes around interrogating every family member to see if we're actually like if we're conservative, then she's gonna ostracize us. I'd rather I'd rather keep my integrity. I'd rather not forfeit my integrity than be around those people and abide by what they say because I'm afraid of them and I'm afraid of their rejection and disapproval, if not their slander and their lying lies about me. because we know, anyone with a head on their shoulders, anyone who cares about the truth, they know the truth. And I just had enough of the lies. I had enough of the, like, even if I asked a question, I'd get shat on by these people, like, don't ask any question. It's like a cult. It's like a cult. These people think that religion is a cult. The difference between religion and a cult is that anyone can join a religion, but you can also leave. You can also convert to a different religion. You can leave anytime, you can come back anytime. Whereas with a cult, you can join, but you can never leave. You can never leave unless unless you want to get hurt in some way. Uh, anyway, thanks guys. We're gonna keep going until we get up to 200 likes, okay? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Six more, just 6 more likes, guys. They just want to be crybabies when people confront them on their id. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Why so serious? It's whatever, people are gonna be assholes. It is what it is. And the thing is, I expected this when I started live streaming. If I if I knew I wouldn't be able to handle it, then I probably wouldn't have started this in the first place, because it's all par for the course. There will be fucking idiots and assholes, and that's just par for the course. This is the internet, and if you think about what the average IQ is on this planet, then it's not surprising at all that you're going to have people just throwing names at people and being assholes. And you know we don't have any Charlie. We probably have very few Charlie Kirks in this chat. Very few people who actually want to have a reasonable discussion and debate and promote that. So, you know it's like he respected people so much. He gave kids on these brainwashed college campuses a platform to discuss and debate, and they murdered him. Someone murdered him, and the left had a field day over it, celebrating. That's what they want. They want that world. They want for us to live in that kind of world. They think that free speech is fascism. It's ridiculous. I'm not saying all liberals think that way, but I'm talking about leftists. Crazy. Crazy. Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ear and I'll sing you a song. And I swear I won't sing out of key. Oh, I get by with the help of my friends. Ooh, I'm gonna try with the help of my friends. Oh, I get high with the help of my friends. Do you need anybody? I want somebody to love. Do you need anybody? I want somebody to love. Oh, I get high with the. Okay. All right. You like the Beatles? I like the Beatles. I like the Beatles. Oh, Brian, you know what? I don't think I can really sing that well, but thank you. I don't think I could sing to save my life. In fact, people who are used to hearing me, like just in general, from when I was born to now, like my family, I think most people wouldn't agree that I have a good voice. Nuh-uh. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you to say. Thank you. Wow, we're up to 203. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Bill. That's a good song you're singing. You have a good singing voice. Thank you. I realize the same thing in college, Ann. IQ and mentality of so many people is really bad. Yeah. Also, one thing I noticed when I started going to college, where there were all these buzzwords that people were using, and this certain cadence and lilt of speech that was very popular. Like if people were giving up out examples of things, for instance, they talk like this and they talk like this and they talk like this and they talk like everybody talked with that tone. Everybody. And not only that, but people were constantly spewing out the word collective, 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 probably because, like Marxism and communism was promoted shamelessly when I went to the university. Unbelievable. Like, and I mean, I have kind of a useless degree. I mean, it's fine art. I wanted more technical training and I wanted more connections and such, but like, unless you were some radical feminist and liberal, then you got shamed and shat on by teachers. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've told this story before, but one time we were supposed to do these self portraits. And during the critique day, we had one dude in my class, and he did a self portrait with himself, um, overlooking some beautiful landscape. And he's on a horse with a hat, looking like a cowboy. Teacher says, "Oh, so you're some white man trying to colonize the land." And then there's just this awkward silence in the room, and I could just feel his pain. I was so disgusted, and she was mean to me too. Like, here's the thing: during one of the critique days, much, much, much later on in one of the classes I took from her, I took like 3 classes from her. Unfortunately, I didn't have much of a choice. Anyway, so one of this was like the fine arts program critique day, end of the semester. We're all showing our art, and we're supposed to tell everybody who our inspirations are for our pieces, for our artwork, for our creative process. So I say, like, I like Virginia Woolf, Colette. I'm inspired by Toulouse-Lautrec and Egon Schiele and John Steinbeck. And then the teacher tells me, like, oh, that's isn't that like a she called me a misogynist because of my inspirations, because John Steinbeck was an inspiration. He was far from misogynistic. Some of the most interesting characters he came up with were women like Kathy Ames, blah blah blah. He has so many interesting female characters. Liza Hamilton, whatever. Anywho, so that's a lie. I'm sure she hasn't read anything but Of Mice and Men, and she thinks she knows everything about John Steinbeck. I've read like 7, 8 books of his. Anywho, so she calls me misogynist, and I'm just listing off like all my inspirations. I'm saying, like, well, like 50% of my inspirations are women, 50% are men. Like, why does it even matter? And then one of my classmates, a really nice guy, says that he told me that my art was the best he's seen all semester, and that it is he said it was strong but feminine and beautiful. And and it, and and just someone else stood up for me too, like 2 people, and everyone else was silent. And then after they'd complimented my work and told me how much they really liked and all that, there's a just a loud silence. It's like silent. And then teacher says, "We all love you. We all love you," in the most condescending, like, wow. She got fired too. I was happy about that. Because guess what? I'm not a vindictive person. I don't like I'm trying not to be spiteful, but uh, during that whole program, that was the stupidest class I've ever taken in my life. Now, I've had classes where the teacher, who's my favorite teacher, by the way, helped me think outside the box. He was no bullshit. He critiqued me when I needed to be critiqued. He gave me suggestions. He taught me about dynamism in my work and rhythm and all that, like color theory, all that. I had some great teachers, but this one person, dude, like as soon as at 9 o'clock a.m., we'd all go into class, set up our stuff. And once she'd come in briefly and say, I trust you do all the work. And then she'd leave. And there was this other time when she caused one of my classmates, who happened to be my friend too, and still is my friend. She caused her to, like, she invited one of her really snotty curator friends to come over and kind of like, I guess, judge everybody. Uh, I don't know why she was there. Anyway, so we're all apparently we don't even know what we're supposed to do. She doesn't give us an assignment. She's just like, just draw whatever. Just draw whether just practice. Just draw whatever. She was lazy. She didn't tell us to do anything. And then my friend just like runs out of the building crying. And I go out and follow her to see if she's okay. And I got scolded because of that. Like, oh well, she didn't want to look bad in front of everyone. So she's like saying, oh, that was really nice of you to, do that. But if you want to jeopardize your grade, then that's fine. Kind of like that. It was kind of like that. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much sums it up. Um, my God, dude, like I could go on. There was this one time early on when we'd have to do these slideshows, and all they were like, we'd make our own slideshows showcasing all of our inspirations, our portfolio, blah 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 blah, and give a presentation on it. So I mean, that doesn't take long. We all finished that. Every single one of us probably finished all that in like an hour, but we still have some time in the class, right? Maybe an hour and a half. We still have about 30 minutes. It's like a 2 hour class. We still have 30 minutes. And teacher's like, I don't know what else to do. Like, we have so much time. So she makes us run around the room forwards, backwards, 1 foot up, 1 foot down. She makes us do the hokey fucking pokey, running around the room, lay down, do a snow angel, like treating us like kindergartners. She was so like, unless you were like a radical feminist or a fucking airhead, then she was just like, she would embarrass you in front of the class. It was the worst. She was the worst teacher I ever had. And I've had bad teachers. I'm usually really, there was this like rate my professor website. Usually when I went there, I'd be really successful in finding a good teacher. But sometimes, especially when I switched from community college to university, I had fewer choices in terms of teachers. So there's that. But my favorite teacher looked like a 6'4" tall Beethoven. He had a shock of gray curly or white curly hair, like, and he was just like, he was Romanian, had a thick accent, and was just like no bullshit. Inspired me so much in my work, and yeah, he was the best art teacher I ever had. Best art teacher, hands down. And I had a few. All my art history teachers were really good too. Here's this one. Um, she was from Austria, and she was just so funny. She had such good comedic timing and just made every single class like never a dull moment. Okay, guys. Well, thank you for coming to my channel. I can see people are still carrying on with the argument, so I'm just gonna end the live stream, okay? Please like and subscribe. It's much appreciated. Um, Hope you all I hope you all have a good day, night, morning, wherever you happen to live. And just take care. Keep an open mind. Don't stop seeking the truth, because that's all that matters in the end. All right. Morning, 9:23 a.m. over there. Well, I'm glad I'm glad you were able to come to my stream, Ganshi. Thank you, Pastry. You have a good night. Thank you, David Lozano. Thank you. You have a good night too. Um, thank you. I mean, can we all just shake hands and get along? Thank you. Thank you. Next. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been doing this now for 4.5 hours. So I think it's about time. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dara. Thank you. Thank you, Pastry. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Next Bellum. They've been fighting for a long time. They've been fighting for a long time. And when people just keep it going and going and going and going, it becomes muddied. And at this point, I'm not taking sides. I know someone got triggered because I'm MAGA and they got triggered amongst themselves. And now, like, someone called someone a name, and now it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now, any one of you has the power to just stop it. But you just like people's egos are too elevated. Like they just can't. They can't stop themselves. So it's like fuck, this isn't good. This is gonna, people aren't gonna want to come to my channel if this is all they're seeing. I'm talking about something completely different, and you guys are just going on and on and on and on and on. I've talked about this before and how much I hate it when this shit happens. I guess you'll listen to me tomorrow, maybe, but you're not listening to me now. Anywho, thanks, guys. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Take care too. Next, thank you, Squishy Mew Mews, if you're still here. Which game will I play from the list I saw at the start? Well, I'm still kind of immersed in Skyrim right now. I put a bunch of games on my wish list. There's the one I really wanted to play. Let me see, which one was it? Which one was it? Let me see. It was I wanted to play. Okay. Devil May Cry looks good. I have that on my wish list. Uh, I want to play No Man's Sky. And Grim Dawn looks good. I want to play No Man's Sky. But I'm gonna, since that's like $60 right now, they tell me it's gonna be on sale in a few days, in like 5 days. So we'll see. See, I have it on my wish list, so that's cool. All right. Yeah, well, I stream recorded and screenshot all the comments so you two can keep trying to fake putting up for each other. Hey, Pastry, if you could send that to me on my Discord, in our Discord, that'd be great. I'd appreciate that. Cause I missed something here. I don't think she's going to make anybody who tells her it's inappropriate for her to read the Bible a moderator. Yeah, of course not. If someone tells me it's inappropriate to read the Bible, of course I'm not going to make them a moderator. Why would they want to be a moderator? Unless they're trying to. Some of these people, they're really they're really mean and say mean things to me, about me, about my beliefs or standards, whatever. Then they act all nice all of a sudden. And then they ask me to be a mod. And you know what? I have a feeling that they want to be a mod so they can have more control, and they'll be able to somehow sabotage the engagement of my channel by making this an everyday issue. And yeah, so we're not, no, no, mm-mm, mm-mm. If our views diverge to that extent, if I'm feeling in any way suspicious, I'm not making you a moderator. They're trying to play off each other like they're in the right when they know exactly what they said. Yeah, it sounds like gaslighting, actually. Yeah, pastry, send that to me. You've been here for a while, okay? That's the thing, and you're cool. I mean, you're usually pretty cool. So I haven't seen anything really bad from you. So yeah, send me that shit. You know, I just wish that we could just ignore these people and not drag it on because it's futile and useless. Right? Doesn't do anything good for my channel. People who really support you will mold themselves like I did. Just block the guy who lied about what he said. Yeah, out of pastry, just send me the chat history that you screenshotted, and I'll take a look at that. And next time this sort of thing comes up, they come back and start causing all this bullshit, and I'll act accordingly. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, you see, you're calling pastry a violent stalker. What kind of proof do you have that he is? Like that's nasty. That's terrible. That's a terrible thing to say about someone if they're completely innocent of that. You know? Yep, yep. They just call you names. They just call you names. That's true. That's true. They just call you names. But yeah, send me, please, pastry. Send me the screenshots. Okay. I appreciate that. You guys have a good night. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. See you tomorrow. Okay. Next Bellum thinks that Duraj has been an asshole. Okay. I like Nex a lot. Nex has been here for a while. I've always liked him. Screenshot should show where he brings up radical leftists and says he didn't after starting the name calling. Well, I mean, I have to see it for myself. But I know someone got triggered and got all, up in arms about me being MAGA and shit and started, there are a few people insulting me here, so people get triggered over that. People got really triggered. And remember, the real God does not have vision like the creatures God created. So don't hesitate to kneel to him and don't hesitate to praise him. Amen. I just joined. What are we talking about? Hi, Bella. I'm about to end the live stream. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but I'll be here tomorrow, okay? Been doing this for 4.5 hours now. I started at 5 o'clock. Um, bye, gorgeous. Well, thank you, Carlos. You take care. That's what it was. It's a bunch of liberals pissed that you are conservative. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured because that's what I saw from the beginning. But yeah, I'd appreciate seeing those screenshots, just saying. Um I get gaslit a lot by people like this. They go from being really, really mean to acting all nice and asking to be my mom. That's suspicious to me. They're definitely not going to be my mods because I know I have a stinking fishy feeling that people are going to try to sabotage my channel, to shut me up. Because I'm MAGA and they can't stand it. Um, okay. Bye bye. Ciao.